welcome to the stream. I'm so happy you guys made it. Welcome, welcome. Hello, happy Wednesday, everyone. I hope y'all are having a wonderful day so far. I hope y'all have been having a wonderful week as well. We are halfway through it. Hi. So, straight down to business. Today we're going to be playing Tangle Tower, which is the second entry in the Detective Grimoire series. If y'all were not here yesterday, we did finish the first one, which was The Secret of the Swamp. I really did enjoy it. It was a really fun game, even though it was really quick, even though it was laid out pretty bare bones for us. Like, everything seemed pretty obvious from the get-go. But this one was released back in 2019. Similar to the last one, it is a detective murder mystery game, if anyone doesn't know. There are some recurring characters, I heard, but I believe that each game is a standalone entry. So you don't necessarily have to play any of the previous games in order to understand what's going on, which is great for us because I almost nearly started with this game, not gonna lie, but we started with Secret of the Swamp. We're playing this one next. We're pretty set in what's going on. I'm curious to see if the controls are going to be the same, because the first one did have a lot of Flash game origins, I want to say. So it was pretty standard point and click game. I want to see what they did different with this one, because they definitely went with a new art direction. Looks great, by the way. So I'm really excited to get into it. I really enjoyed the last one. In terms of, let's see, content, we did release a video on the 1st of the month, on Monday, on my release day. On my reveal day, rather. We released episode 5 of our Ace Attorney series. That is Steel Samurai Case 3. Oh no, sorry. Steel Samurai Part 2. Which means the next video coming out is going to be the Steel Samurai finale. Turnabout Samurai finale. I have not made any progress on that yet, so please do not ask. But that is going to be the next video coming out. And then, what else do we have to talk about? Oh, tomorrow is going to be Show and Tell Day, which, for any new viewer who doesn't know, Show and Tell Day is when I take some time to recap what I've been doing for the past day, week, month, or whatever. You guys are also free to tell me, share anything you want to on that day, any small victories that you have. It's mostly to take accountability for myself in terms of what I set for New Year's resolutions, for stream goals, for IRL goals. So we've been doing pretty well with it so far, I think. We're getting pretty close to the affiliate goals. I'm really excited about that. But other than that, I don't have much to report. But I'll let you guys know tomorrow for sure. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and get the game started for us. And yeah, we're gonna be playing Tangle Tower today. Hello, first time chatter. Welcome to the stream. Let me go ahead and start this up. Oh, thank you for the follow. All right, gonna turn off the music and switch us over in game. Okay, hopefully you guys can see it. I'm not seeing any audio being captured though. There we go. Smells like cookies in here. Smells like death is what it smells like. We've got a mystery on our hands. Okay, let's see. Well, I'm definitely not gonna know how to adjust the settings. So once we get in game, once the music starts playing, because I'm sure there's gonna be music and all these button presses are gonna be a problem for sure. Let me know if I have to adjust anything. I will turn on some filters on my PNG tuber just to kind of get us a little immersed in the game. Bam! Okay. I'm ready. Is everyone else ready? I'm ready. Let's get into this. New game. I did start one just to get the filters on, but we're gonna do a brand new save. So let's get in. Tangle Tower, mid-afternoon. I really hope there's voice acting in this one again. I was really enjoying it. They did a really good job in the first game. Lake's Edge.
You ready, Sally?
Yes!
Grimoire, I've been standing here for 7.5 minutes.
Just checking.
Do you have the map?
Yeah, but it's basically blank. Did you read the case file? What do you think?
I'm not sure yet. It's really not a lot to go on. Did you read it?
Yeah, I'll read it on the way to the crime scene.
We'll read it. Case file. Murder victim Freya Fellow, 19. Died whilst painting a portrait of Flora Fellow, 58. Location Flora's tower. Flora was present as she was posing for a portrait. She was present and doesn't know why she was murdered? Is this your daughter that was murdered in front of you? Flora! Open your eyes, woman! Freya Fellow was found lying on her back with a single stab wound on her chest. No weapon was found at the scene, but the subject of Freya's unfinished painting is holding a knife. The red color on the tip of the knife is not paint. It was discovered to be her blood. Flora! Also, Sally is a recurring character, right? She sounds different. I remember in the first game, she sounded like a teenager with no direction, living at her parents' house with nowhere to go. And in this game, she sounds like a sassy, independent woman. All right, let's explore.
It's a bird bath. Is that just rainwater? Looks a little weird.
The birds seem to like it.
They're even singing a little tune.
How's it go, detective?
Doot, 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 doot.
Please don't do that.
Right, of course. We're here on a mission.
That's a big lake.
It's kind of purple. Looks poisonous.
I think it's just water.
Yeah. Water with poison in it. But
No,
when
it's just got a
moist,
filter like
it's not
me.
muddy. Wonder how often it rains here.
I cannot believe how exciting this murder investigation is already.
Yep, sassy.
So, who do you think did it?
Sally, you know full well we haven't met a single suspect yet. We haven't even been to the crime scene.
Still, I reckon I've got it all worked out.
You do? Do you think it's Flora too? There's no way it's this obvious again.
It's just an archway, but it seems a little ominous. Like walking through it might give you bad luck.
Too late.
Sorry if I'm clicking everything, by the way. Last game we got completionist mode with all the settings and clicking all the hints and presenting all the evidence to everyone. So I don't know if that's the same in this game, but I do want to explore whatever I can, you know. Let's go ahead and move. Well, this looks freaking cute. What is this? Are we gonna be discovering this entire blacked out area? Wait, that's so cute. I love that. Gardens. There's an egg.
It's a stone carving. Wonder how it got cracked.
Oh.
I think it's supposed to look like that. It's an egg.
Yeah, it's an egg.
This is some garden.
Do the plants all look a little strange to you?
Like poison?
This is some
Do
garden.
the plants all look a little...
It's a statue of some hideous, scaly, bipedal fish monster.
Are we dealing with cryptids again?
Playing a harp.
Playing a harp. Hang on a second.
Look closer.
This
Oh,
isn't
there's a
just
puzzle
regular
already.
statue, is it?
Something tells me we're not going to solve this just yet.
Yeah, I think so too. So we have to look out for inscriptions. Keep an eye out,
Let's
chat.
come back later. It must do something.
Maybe empty out the fountain? Maybe it'll reveal a staircase in the fountain.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
Harp statue. An old weathered statue of an amphibious creature holding a large harp. Symbols are engraved on each of the harp's 4 column segments. Is that the creature from last game? What was his name? Goober? It wasn't Goober. What was his name? Goober. I've forgotten the name. There's something here.
And it's full of the same weird water that was in the lake.
Any fish in there?
Not a single one. Although there is something in there.
It's a cassette tape. Or it used to be.
We've got clues! Damaged tape. The cassette tape has been damaged by water. The ink on the label is blurred and illegible.
Spooky. What do you think it's for?
I think it's to scare away detectives.
Is it working?
No.
It's a bandstand.
Bit small for a bandstand.
It's a one-man bandstand.
What animal is that?
Hawk. Bear. Lizard.
Right, of course.
Right, of course.
A hawk bear lizard.
I feel like we are dealing with cryptids again this time around. Let's move on. Main entrance. Oh,
Oh.
the sign broke.
What?
Oh. There's an O on the floor.
Oh yeah. Tangle tour.
Twir.
Twir.
Oh.
What?
Oh.
Oh yeah. Tangle.
Twir. Which one do you think came first? The tree or the house?
The age-old question. Little bird feeders.
How do you know they're for birds? Do you think he'll start to move if we try to go inside?
No, I think he'll just silently judge us.
He doesn't even have arms. We're okay.
Is that an envelope?
It's been opened, but the letter's still in there. Let's read it.
Isn't that an invasion of someone's privacy?
No, definitely.
Opened letter. The envelope has been ripped open. There's a single piece of paper inside. The combination is drawn on the other sheet. Once you have it memorized, destroy it. I do not agree with your reasons. You will not find it down there. This is talking about the fountain for sure. Like, there's definitely a stairwell. And this is not what I thought there was a second page. Okay, let's head inside then. Hi, Max! Welcome
Let's head to the
back.
crime scene first. It's at the top of the west tower, I think.
Okay, let's go in. Grand Hall.
Finally, we get to investigate a murder in a spooky mansion.
It's not that spooky, really.
Don't ruin this.
She's so sassy.
It's not locked. Now it's a big glass tube filled with water.
Why is no one here to
There are
greet
weeds
us?
in there. And
It's an
sand.
aquarium?
Could be. Except there's nothing living in it anymore.
What is that?
I think it's a family tree.
Look closer. Oh, okay. We've got Lord Fellow and Lady Fellow with Flint and Felix. They really like their alliteration. Where's our fella? Oh, there. Freya Fellow, daughter of Felicia and Damien. And who is the other one? Flora Remington? Another Remington? Oh, there's cryptids for sure. Oh, wait. Is it Fiona Fellow we're dealing with? I've forgotten. Let's move here. Flora's Tower. I was right, Flora.
The whole room has a strange feeling about it.
Yeah, there might be a reason for that.
Let's take a look at that painting first.
Fine.
There it is. The unfinished portrait of Flora Fellow.
So, what? Freya was killed halfway through painting it?
Looks that way.
Painted portrait. Freya was unable to finish the painting as she died sometime during the process. Flora appears to be wielding a knife. The red substance on the tip was discovered to be blood. But whose blood?
I wonder if all of Freya's paintings are this creepy. Maybe it's just because she never got to finish it.
There's something wrong with the crime scene. And something really weird about the murder weapon.
We didn't find a murder weapon.
Oh, the prompts again. Okay, there's something very strange about how Freya was killed. Blank was hidden inside. Blank is holding a knife. Flora Fellow's holding a knife tipped with blood. But it was removed from the scene, but Freya stole it because it stabbed Freya. Because Freya was gonna eat it. Because Freya put it there. I mean, Freya would've, right? She would've given it to Flora because that was her subject. Freya was gonna eat it? Let's try that.
Flora Fellow is holding a knife tipped with blood because Freya put it there. Nope.
No! Okay, try this again. Flora Fellow was used to kill. Was hidden inside, is holding Flora. Wait, maybe it is. Wait, hold on. Maybe it was that.
Flora Fellow is holding a knife tipped with blood, but it was removed from the scene. That's not right.
Dang it! We're starting off great, guys. We're starting off great. There's blood on the knife. Oh, of course, we should read the top. There's blood on the knife in the painting. Could that possibly mean... because it stabbed Freya? I don't want to make that assumption.
Flora Fellow is holding a knife tipped with blood because it stabbed Freya. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
It's completely covered. No, that's not true. Paintbrush, a gramophone, what else is there? They said it wasn't paint. They specifically pointed out that it wasn't paint. Flora Fellow is holding. Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood. Because it's stabbed. Because... But this is me changing more than one thing. I mean, we'll try that.
Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood because it stabbed Freya.
What?
What? Grimoire?
You think Freya was stabbed?
And
by
then started painting?
Not by the woman from the painting, but by the painting itself.
What?
Freya was standing right up by the canvas when she was killed. There's blood on the knife. It's the murder weapon.
Right.
Oh my
But it's
god,
not
he's
actually
even more
a knife.
dumb than I
You can't
am.
stab.
See any other knives around here? Case closed.
The case is not closed. And even if you were right, where does that leave us? A painting can't be a murder suspect.
Get your head in the game, Grimoire. An unfinished painting.
Is that a gramophone?
I think so. Except it's got a tape deck instead of a turntable.
It's also got a big crack down the middle.
Gramophone. It plays cassette tapes instead of vinyl records. It's pointed towards the middle of the room. There's noticeable crack running through it, all the way from the horn down through the tape deck. Oh,
What
we
about the
have a
cassette
tape?
Yeah, it sure is. Pink.
To Freya. A cracked tape. The cassette tape has a crack down the middle. There's a handwritten message on the label. To Freya.
Do you think it still works?
The gramophone? Yeah, we could give it a go.
Yes! I would love to try it. We have a tape. Let's see this tape first. Is it a mixtape?
It's piano music.
Cracked tape updated. It's a recording of piano music. It plays for a short while before stopping. For a short while, it seems to be going on for a while. I wonder if there's a hidden message. Sounds like just piano music. Nothing. Alright, I thought there was gonna be a message at the end or something, but I guess that's just the music she plays when she's working. This one for sure has a message. Or not. Someone recorded something again. Ambient noise. We've got humming.
Weird.
Footsteps.
It's someone humming a tune.
Damaged tape updated. It's a recording of someone walking outdoors. A distorted humming melody can be heard. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that was creepy as hell. Was that the same tune as Freya's tape? It is! This part, this part. That's what she was humming, right? Okay. So that's suspicious.
Is that an egg? An egg with bird feet.
It's
Another
also
egg.
covered in gemstones. What a completely ordinary object.
I think it's a container for something.
Those gems look like they come off.
Swap the positions of the gems. Rotate the egg to see a clue on the back. Oh no. Memorization and visualization all in one. Okay, okay, something is wrong here. They're not, the lines aren't matching up. I see. This goes here and that goes here. Why did I start with that one? Why did I start with that one? Purple, yellow. What's next? Long one. Purple. Wait, that. Okay, and then got one that turns into a rectangle. Yellow and green. Oh, that's already green. Okay, great. So we've got one turns blue to purple. We've got a shorty. Red to what? Red to green?
It's some kind of clue.
Something's wrong. Something's wrong. What's wrong? Okay. Red to green. Oh, are these flipped? Those are flipped. And then that's right. But purple triangle to that's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Wait, it should all be right now. Wait, it should all be right now. Oh, wait, it says unlock.
No, that was it.
Well, I wish they just completed it for us instead of having to click unlock. Okay.
Nice work. Did it unlock? What's in there?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Suspicious.
Well, I'm not leaving without a clue. An empty egg is a clue, right?
Empty egg. Once unlocked, the egg can be opened. It's currently empty. The lining of the egg is a soft velvet-like material. The egg is supported by a stand made of brass. It rests on 3 strange feet with pointed claws.
The outline of Freya Fellow. Looks like she fell onto her back. There's a single patch of blood, right in the middle. No real signs of a struggle.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the canvas.
So?
So she fell backwards.
So she was probably standing really close to the canvas when she fell.
Let's check the case file again.
Okay, case file. We did read this over, but I'll give you guys a moment to read it yourselves if you need to. Let me just skedaddle on here. Stab into the chest. Freya and Flora. Discovered to be blood. Okay. Alright. What else?
There it is. The unfinished...
So, what?
We
Frank?
did read this. Did we read this? Painted portrait. Freya was unable to... We did read this.
Supposedly, Freya was working on the painting when she was killed. Looks like she was still holding her paintbrush and palette when she fell.
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
Brush and palette. The palette has a variety of paints loaded onto it. The largest is a blob of black in the middle. The paintbrush is still covered with dried red paint. Have we inspected to see if that's actually paint?
Freya's painting supplies.
Freya's paints. Small glass pots of red, yellow, blue, black, and white paint. The glass pots are all cracked down on one side. What is with everything being cracked?
We're at the top of the tower, right?
I think so. Why?
Doesn't matter. It's nothing.
That eye's creepy as hell.
A little pot plant, balanced on the window ledge.
It's the only plant in the entire room.
Half the room is a big open window.
I don't know if you can call it an open window. It's more like
A tower?
the sudden absence of wall.
Oh.
That's the only door in and out of the room.
It's also on the floor.
Sure is. Guessing it's not supposed to be down there.
Alright, let's talk to her.
Flora...
Oh, how
Hello?
cool. Oh, the animations are
Hey,
so cool.
Sorry to barge in. I'm sure you're still in some distress.
We need to ask you a few questions, I'm afraid.
Did you witness the murder, Flora?
Is she
Nothing.
mute?
What do we do?
Not sure. She's entitled to her silence, I suppose.
For now.
Tell us about yourself?
Is
Yeah.
there anything you'd like to tell us, Flora? I don't really know anything about you at all.
I think that's the way she likes it.
Yeah.
We'll just have to ask other people about her.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Freya was painting your portrait yesterday. Is that right?
Was this something you had planned with her ahead of time?
Was there something special about yesterday?
Did you talk to Freya at all while she was painting you?
So many questions.
She's not going to answer us, is she?
Nope. But at least we can say we tried. Flora, you were definitely in the room at the time of the murder. Surely you must have seen something? Can you tell me anything about what happened to Freya?
So cool.
She's acting pretty suspicious if you ask me.
I don't know. Maybe she really doesn't know anything.
How is that possible?
Well, she was facing away in her portrait, eyes closed. So we still have a challenge for her. We could present stuff, but she's not gonna talk, it sounds like.
Anything we should know? Any hobbies? Besides staring out the window? Were you close with Freya? How are you two related? Did you kill Freya?
Grimoire!
What? I don't even think she's listening.
Oh, she's listening.
Alright, we do have a bunch of clues we could present, but I don't think she's gonna talk yet, so let's go somewhere else. Just for now. Workshop. Oh, there's a guy! Let's not disturb him yet. Let's inspect.
A little hand-painted statue.
How can you tell it's hand-painted?
Well, the paints are right there on the desk. Also, I mean, no offense, but you can just tell.
Painted model. A wooden carving of a man holding a sword. The model has been hand-painted, but the paint is not skillfully applied. Yellow, blue, black, and white paints were found nearby. There's no red paint! When clearly this model has red!
The entire room is made of wood.
Oh, it's not just made of wood. I think it's the actual hull of a ship.
Another
Nice.
ship.
A real treasure chest.
How do you know there's treasure in there?
Why else would it be locked? Plus, there's a treasure map hanging directly above it. What's the deal with that painting on the front?
Not sure.
It's a clue!
We should check that treasure map too.
Use the treasure map to discover the combination for the chest's padlock. We've got a sea dragon, X marks the spot with a palm tree over yonder, and a rock. Sea dragon. Oh boy. Perspective. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna have to apologize because once again, I am reminding y'all to be gentle with me. I am really bad at visualization. It looks like this, right here. Wait, you guys can't see my cursor. Wait, let me fix that. Let's remedy the situation. Game capture. Let's capture cursor, shall we? Wait, how do I do that? Wait, it's not giving me a capture cursor option. Oh. Huh. Well, that's awkward. Oh, wait, there it is. I had to scroll down. So dumb. Okay, okay. Y'all should be able to see my cursor now. So let's see. I think it's this one right here. H-I-J. So, what exactly do I point out where the treasure is? It's on I4? 4? Wait. Wait. Huh? No. North? Northwest. Okay, I don't understand the compass. What am I looking at? Oh, the ship! The ship direction? South, maybe? It's not giving us the in-between, because the ship is right here on K1. So we want the ship to go down and right here, right? But it's not giving us a southwest option. So maybe we can try unlocking here.
Nothing.
Did you check the treasure map for clues? And what about that painting on the chest itself?
Well, but it's maybe it's not this one. Let's see. Dragon is on the right. Wait, there's another ship right here. Which ship is it? Because this one just has to go straight up.
Still locked.
I think there's a connection between the painting and the treasure. Like they're different versions of the same thing.
Oh, no, I understand that, but, north, south, east, west is just which direction you're facing. You're trying to match your spot on the map to what you see in the painting. Well, but isn't that just this? At I-4, because this seems pretty aligned with the painting. And if we're standing on the X, if we're not assuming we bring one of these ships over here, then we're standing on the X, facing straight. Close but no birds. Oh! No birds! Okay, so different X. 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 It could be this one too. No, it can't, because this is another dragon. X. Dragon to the right. X. Birds. Here. Oh, it could be this one. H6. H6 facing west.
That's done it.
Yes! I've got it!
Neat.
That was hint enough. That was hint enough.
What was in the box?
Ugh, my brain.
More wooden models. These are a little different to the one on the desk.
The red paint! Painted models. A model resembling a child with green hair. A model resembling a woman with gray hair. A model resembling a red and white bird. A model resembling a broad-shouldered man. The wooden models have been painted. Oh, well, hand-painted rather. The paint is not skillfully applied. A pot of red paint and a brush is laying nearby. The brush has some tried red paint on it. So that's Flora, that's this woodcrafter. Is this Freya? And a rooster? Do we actually have a portrait of Freya? We do! She has green hair. Green hair. Oh, sorry.
We already solved it.
I want to see. That is her. That is her. Wait, do we have the family tree clue? Or do we have to go back to the foyer for that? Oh, we have to go back to the foyer.
Puffer fish?
Yes. It's also a lamp, for some reason. A lot of redundant light sources in here. A hammock. It's kind of worn out.
I would politely describe it as lived in. What is it?
He's an imp. Well, if you tell too many lies, he appears at the end of your bed in the middle of the night.
Oh. It's a barometer, but it's broken.
I've never seen a barometer that wasn't broken.
Sally is so knowledgeable
The entire
now.
room is made of wood.
Oh, it's not just made of wood. I think it's the actual hull of a ship.
Shelf junk.
An old wooden mask.
Probably cursed. The entire room is made of wood.
Oh, it's not just. I think it's the actual hull of a ship.
All right, let's talk to him now.
Sir? Can you hear me? I'm Private Detective Grimoire. I have some questions for you.
Grimoire. Good mysterious name. I rather like it. Felix Fellow at your beck and call.
And, this is my colleague, Sally.
Yeah, that's a perfectly good name as well.
Thanks.
If you would, Mr. Fellow, we really need to ask you about the murder.
I must say I'm rather jealous of you two.
Oh yeah? Why's that?
Out here solving mysteries, exploring new places, uncovering secret rooms, hidden treasures. That's what life is all about.
Secret rooms?
Generally speaking, you know, that sort of thing.
I love this guy.
So, Felix, what exactly do you, do?
Is it not obvious? I'm an explorer. Explorer / treasure hunter. Yes, well, best in the world.
We're talking like curse statues, spike pits.
It's a little more sophisticated than that. But I've certainly seen my share of danger, if that's what you're asking.
And, if I may ask, when did you retire?
You listen here. I may be between ventures right now, but it's simply not in my nature to stay in one place for too long. I go wherever the winds of destiny take me.
Don't you live here with your wife and daughter?
Yes, well, the Fellow family has certain loyalties, and with Flora the way she is...
Nothing wrong with raising a family, Mr. Fellow.
Don't misunderstand me. Fiona and Flora are my entire world. They are the greatest treasure of all.
Uh-huh.
Why on earth would you want to know about that?
The murder of Freya Fellow. The reason we're here?
Ah,
Who
right,
called us here, by the
nasty
way?
business, very unfortunate. I regret
Very
that I can't be of
unfortunate.
any help, but I wish you all the best in your investigation.
Hear that, Grimoire? We're done here. Let's go.
It's a simple question, Felix. I'm sure you're up to it.
Well, there's not much to tell. Mostly, I was in my room by myself, working on Flora's, working on a project.
Your room is quite close to Flora's tower. You didn't hear anything unusual?
What qualifies as unusual?
I don't know,
What have you
maybe a
got?
body hitting the floor?
It was dusk. A feeling lingered in the air. Malevolent, perhaps. Uncertain, as life itself.
Abridged version, please.
Right, fine. I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room. The footsteps were calm, orderly, so I thought nothing of it. Shortly afterward, I heard a second set of footsteps, going the same way. This time I could tell just from the sound that something was wrong. So I looked out into the
How?
hallway. I got a glimpse of Poppy disappearing down the staircase to the floor below. Didn't know what to make of it, to be honest. I thought perhaps she'd had a disagreement with Fitz, as I know those two are close. So I looked into his room, just in case, but it was empty. as was the garden beyond his window. Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her. We went into Flora's room. Poor Freya was laying on the floor. Fiona,
What the
Poppy,
heck?
Fitz, and Pointer were there already. Flora, too, of course. Soon enough, everyone else made their excuses and left.
Including you?
Not I. I stayed. Flora needed me.
That was quite a lengthy statement. Quite a lot of names, too. A lot of people in this one.
Dearest Flora, a remarkable woman. Yes, been married over 20 years now.
You two still get on?
Of course. What a question.
She hasn't gone quiet on you.
It's true she has an independent streak. She's had it her whole life. She's the youngest of 3. Always something of a lone wolf, you know? Just the way she is.
Lone wolf is putting it lightly. She doesn't seem to want to talk to anyone.
She just likes time to herself, away from the company of other humans.
Other humans?
Well, yes, other people, you know.
Is she a creature of the night, Felix?
You're the one currently basking in his presence. You tell me.
I love how he
Let's move on.
laughs.
Uncommonly skilled as an artist, but Freya was so much more than her talent. She helped me get started with my own painting, you know. It taught me what she knew about wood carving, too. Tremendous patience. She was ever so good with dear Flora.
Freya and Flora were close?
Oh, yes, especially recently.
How are you related to Freya?
Somewhat distantly, as it happens. My father, Lord Fellow, was her grandfather. Technically, that makes her a fellow. Let's just say...
Okay, yeah, this is
there
what
was
I
some
wanted to see with the
discussion
family
over
tree.
whether she ought to carry the name at all. There's a family tree in the Grand Hall. You should take a look at it.
What about her inheritance?
Freya's parents died when she was around 3 years old. She came to live here shortly afterwards.
Nobody left her a thing?
I'm afraid not. She had no formal claim over anything at Tangle Tower.
Alright, let's throw everything at him.
Charming, isn't it? Yes. Built by the Remington family originally. Dear Flora's father and his associates.
But now it's owned by you? By the Fellow family?
The Fellows and the Pointers have both come to claim a certain degree of ownership.
And who named it Tangle Tower?
Flora chose the name.
What does it mean?
I think it was her intention that it mean nothing at all. Something of a
What?
fresh start.
From what?
This really isn't for me to say, but she had some kind of disagreement with her siblings. After they moved away, Flora changed the name of the house. I think perhaps she hoped it would make them feel unwelcome, yes, less likely to come back.
That's kind of extreme.
Yes, it is rather, isn't it? What's this?
It's my case file. It's how I know what I'm supposed to be doing.
You mean to say you're bound by the limits of what's written in this little document? Sounds dreadful.
I find it comforting.
Rather ugly, isn't it, as far as statues go? Years of wind and rain have not been kind to it either.
Do you know what it is? The creature, I mean.
It's connected to the Remington family history in some way, but I can't recall.
I knew it!
That
It is
looks
the
like it might
cryptid from
belong to
last
Poppy.
time. I knew it.
I'm as confused as you are. It would have been a beautiful painting. It's rather a shame Freya was unable to finish it.
Nothing about it seems strange to you.
Well, all these modern paintings are slightly strange, aren't they? The emotion of the piece taking over from, say, anatomical accuracy.
What about the knife in Flora's hand?
A knife? That's what you see?
You don't?
Well, as I was saying, Freya's artistic approach distorts certain shapes. Hard to say exactly what we're looking at.
This isn't a Rorschach test. Tell me what you see.
Flora's quite fond of that old thing. It's in poor shape, though.
Do you know what happened to it?
Can't say I do. That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
Poppy? Poppy gave our girl a mixtape. Wait. Poppy's suspicious. The humming.
Does Flora normally keep something in here?
She must do, but I admit I've never managed to work out what.
Why not just ask her?
I feel like if somebody keeps something locked away in a ceramic egg, it's because they don't want to be asked about it.
Rules to live by.
It's unlike her to leave paint on the brush.
I think we'll give her a pass, given the circumstances.
Ah, yes, so we shall.
This guy forgot.
Looks like Freya's paints.
Do you know why the pots are cracked down one side?
No, that's very odd. They're normally in excellent condition.
You seem pretty sure about that.
I've been carving for a couple of years now. I was hopeless when I started, but it didn't take me long to master it, as you can see.
Oh,
Do you
certainly.
paint them yourself too?
I do indeed. Freya kindly taught me the basics. Nowadays, I can make just about anything I can imagine. Of course, this particular model is a self-portrait based on hard fact.
Hard fact, huh? So, you own a sword, Felix?
Of course, I own a great many. But my weapons are stored well away from Tangle Tower. Safety first and all that.
Of course, sir.
Ah, you found it. What do you think, huh? I had to rush the final touches a little bit. It turned out all right, though.
What's it supposed to be?
It's Flora, of course, surrounded by all her favorite people.
Aww. And the chicken. So, I noticed none of his paints are cracked.
Looks like Freya's
Oh,
paint.
sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
No.
You seem pretty...
I noticed none of his paints are cracked, but Freya's are all cracked. Okay, we do have more things to show, right? Oh, no, we don't. We're done. We're done here. So let's move on to the next area. Rooms are locked, so just down the hall then. Freya's room. Her room is quite close to the tower.
Freya's bear.
Looks pretty depressed.
He's had a rough couple of days.
Just little trinkets.
Let's leave them alone.
Lots of paintings.
It's a fish, I think?
I think it looks more like a whale.
Fine, it's a whale.
Could also be a shark. That painting is really something.
Why would you want it looming over your bed like that?
Maybe Freya enjoyed the atmosphere it creates.
The atmosphere of chaos and oppression?
Hang on.
That was quite dreadful.
There's a smaller version down by the floor.
It's a photograph.
Look at this photograph! Photo of painting. A small photograph of Freya's abstract painting. A piece of adhesive tape is stuck on it. Lines have been drawn with black ink around the edges. Is it pointing to something? Can we flip it over? Ooh, fancy.
It's a little wooden box for paintbrushes.
To the casual observer, maybe.
The closer.
They're not real paintbrushes.
Um,
Looks like they're part of some kind of lock mechanism.
There are so many puzzles! Swap the brushes into the correct order. Arrange the paper to find a clue. Okay, arrange the paper. Do these puzzle together? Maybe? They don't look it. These have the same edge! What am I doing? None of them look like they fit together. Wait, these fit together. Okay, put that there, put this to here. Okay. But, I don't... I don't think that was it. I don't know what this is, man. Maybe we should just come back. All sounds so squishy. Anyway, we've got pink paint. This has to do with height. The shortest is not green because it's on a different paper, but there are 2 green brushes. So it still could be. This is the fan brush, which again, there are 2. Oh wait, there's 2 pink. There's 2 of everything! This one is not the topmost. My question is, where would the height go? I'm not sure. We'll come back to this, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's still something under here too. Yeah, I have no clue. Let's come back to this.
I'll come back later.
Drawings taped up on the wall.
What's that one on the left?
Looks like 2 people standing together in a garden.
Is it Freya and Poppy?
One of them's holding a red rose.
Oh. Freya's drawings. A drawing of a man standing with a woman in a garden. He's holding a red rose. A drawing of a young woman. And a drawing of a person wearing a cloak. Okay.
A pillow with a paw print pattern.
It's a cushion.
Yeah, but that doesn't illustrate. It's Freya's bed. A little bit messy.
It's a perfectly healthy amount of messy.
It's a little glass box.
I think it's a vivarium.
Come again?
See the leaves and twigs in there? Might have been for keeping insects.
Ew.
Not the kind of lamp I choose for my bedroom, but fair enough.
It's cool. Looks like old mining equipment or something.
Do you think this was always supposed to be a bedroom?
I don't know. It is kind of a weird shape.
No windows either.
That could be a window. Boarded up window.
Brushes, pencils.
They're clean, but they look pretty well used.
Freya's plants. They must not need sunlight?
Painting supplies.
Even though we're halfway up a tower, someone's been tracking in mud from outside. Do you think this was always
I don't
no
know.
windows either?
Okay, let's come back. We know there's a puzzle in Freya's room. Oh, hello.
Curious. I would expect bacteria of that nature to thrive in these conditions.
Excuse me.
Taking all the environmental factors into account, there must be something I am still missing.
May I talk to you, miss?
She knows we're here. She just doesn't care.
I am a detective, and I need to talk.
Correction. You do not need to talk to me,
Oh no? How come?
because I am not a suspect. I am completely innocent of any and all crimes.
Thanks for letting me know.
Speaking of which, you have now been at Tangle Tower for over 23 minutes. Surely you have already reached a sturdy hypothesis.
A hypothesis about the murder?
Yeah, come on, Grimoire, hurry up.
How does she know?
My apologies. Unfortunately, protocol dictates I must at least meet all the suspects. And that includes you. So, could you tell me your name?
Fifi Fellow, microbiologist, inventor, innovator.
So robotic.
You will need to be more specific. Oneself cannot be summarized in a single response without doing one a great disservice.
So true.
Well, first of all, you're a fellow. So does that make you the daughter of...
Correct. My father and mother are named Flora and Felix, but you need not question either of them. It will only waste
Oh.
valuable time. Neither of them are capable of murder.
Thanks for the tip.
Fifi,
is the
you said you
daughter.
were a micro... something or other?
Microbiologist, but it is an insignificant label. My studies cannot be categorized in any one recognized field.
What made you want to become a scientist in the first place?
I harbor an intrinsic fascination with the microscopic. I constructed my first one at age 10.
Constructed a microscope?
Correct.
And what's that thing on your head? Did you make that too?
My eyesight began to deteriorate when I turned 12.
Oh,
Not satisfied with
no.
the eyeglasses prescribed to me, I designed this custom lens instead. It automatically adjusts based on the surrounding light conditions.
Does it glow red when you get angry?
No, but that would be most amusing.
Oh, he's disappointed her now.
What can you tell me about the murder?
What can you tell me about... Wait, that's what I'm supposed to ask you.
Yes, however, you were too slow.
You fancy yourself a detective too, Fifi?
I just need to know what happened.
Me too. So talk.
Fine. I knew ahead of time that Freya was going to be busy with her painting all day, so I had planned to spend the afternoon with Poppy. I was in the library all morning
Poppy
preparing the
again.
equipment for an experiment, only to find out that Poppy had made other plans and she was in fact planning to ignore me completely.
Oh.
No.
So what did you do instead?
I locked myself in my room and cried.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Why?
I don't know, it just sounds kind of sad.
It is not unusual.
Oh.
Aw, this girl.
I was in my room. The lights were off and the door was locked.
Oh.
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me. I opened the door. Poppy came into my room. Her makeup was leaking. She told me Freya was dead. I did not believe it. I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face. She insisted that we go up to Flora's tower. We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs. When I saw Freya lying on the floor, I was completely and utterly devastated. Then,
There's
I
already
took a
people
sample
in
of the
there.
red paint on the unfinished painting. Poppy and I took the sample back downstairs to the library. We performed a test and found out that it was, in fact, blood.
You performed that scientific test immediately, even though you were feeling so upset?
Of course. Why would one affect the other?
Compartmentalization at its finest.
Name, Flora Fellow. Age, 44. Profession, unknown. Likes, unknown. Dislikes, unknown.
Isn't she your mother?
44.
How do you not know
I
anything?
thought she was 58.
I believe other people may have discovered methods of reaching her, but I have little capacity for interpreting nonverbal communication.
And how long has Flora been... non-verbal?
She has always been quiet, willing to speak when necessary, but not more.
So what happened to make her stop talking entirely?
She suffered a great loss, something she has been unable to move beyond. Name, Felix Fellow. Age, 53. Profession, none. Likes, collecting objects of negligible monetary value and assigning them personal value. Dislikes, the inescapable realities of human existence. Notes, Felix is my father and legal guardian.
And, is he a good dad?
I have no point of comparison, but I would say no.
No?
Dang!
Why not?
You asked me a binary question. Do not get upset that I provided one of the two possible answers.
What makes him a bad father, Fifi?
He has trouble expressing his emotions, and something of a willful detachment from reality.
Huh. Just like you, then.
Grimoire.
No, he is quite correct.
The children learn from the parents.
Name, Fiona Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, amateur microbiologist. Likes, the meaningful archiving of information. Dislikes, the superfluous window dressing accompanying the majority of human contact. Notes, kindly disregard the polysyllabic form of my given forename and refer to me instead as Fifi.
How come you prefer Fifi?
How come you prefer Grimoire?
How are you related to the other fellows?
Fitz is my cousin. His father, a man named Flint, was my uncle.
Was?
I do not know if Flint is alive or not. He left Tangle Tower a long time ago.
And what about Freya? How are you related to her?
We share exactly one grandparent. Name, Freya Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, artist.
Oh.
Deceased.
Same age?
Understand this. Most people find me difficult. They exhibit a noticeable degree of discomfort when talking to me.
Oops.
There it is. Freya, who had a way of being an exception to any given rule, was not at all like this. She is very important, and I will not rest until I understand what has happened to her.
Did you
Aw.
spend a lot of time with Freya recently?
I will say this. In the past year, Freya became 1. Increasingly independent, and 2. Increasingly isolated.
Do you know why?
I do not. If you are looking for a speculative, empathetic opinion, try asking Poppy instead.
The three of you are friends.
We are of a similar age, and all highly gifted. 1 scientist, 1 artist, and 1 musician.
Sounds like quite a team.
Sounds like quite a family.
What is your opinion of Tangle Tower?
Oh, it's impressive. Elaborate gardens, unique architecture.
Must be worth a fortune.
Why do you ask, Fifi?
I am the heir of the Fellow family and the Remington family. This makes me the sole beneficiary of Tangle Tower.
That's quite an inheritance.
They can't make
She
you
doesn't
do
want
anything,
it.
Fifi. If you don't want the house, just tell them. Or just sell it. Who cares?
You sound like her.
Freya.
I require facts. What do you know?
Well, we know Freya was stabbed with a knife, and then she fell.
Correction. She was stabbed with something. There was no knife found at the crime scene,
Apart from the one in the painting.
which as a mere abstract representation does not count. Nobody has ever been stabbed by the concept of a knife.
Everyone is completely dismissing the knife being there.
The statue itself does not interest me, but I do wish to know about those symbols on the harp. Have you deciphered their meaning yet?
We're working on it.
We are.
Okay.
This belongs to Poppy. In fact, she owns a number of cassette tapes.
What happened to it, though?
It has been left underwater for an extended period of time.
Right, but why?
I do not know why. Curious. Freya is normally highly skilled at capturing someone's likeness, but in this painting, she has accidentally made Flora look quite young.
I think she was just being kind.
Why is that kind? Anyway, I'm far more interested in what Flora is holding. I performed the test on the red paint myself. I discovered that it was in fact not paint, but blood.
What made you want to test it in the first place?
It was Poppy. She told me she thought the painting looked like a bloody knife. I told her not to be ridiculous. My mother owns no such knife. But then I noticed that the color was slightly too dark, and the substance itself was overly viscous.
You noticed that just from looking at it once?
Of course.
She's a scientist, man.
The gramophone belongs to Poppy, but I believe she gave it to my mother, and my mother often loaned it to Freya. Or maybe it is the other way around.
When did it get cracked?
I cannot pinpoint it exactly. All I know is that it must have happened sometime in the last 2 days.
2 days ago is when all the cracks started showing up? Or, well, on the gramophone at least. But so many of her items are cracked. It's easy to assume they all cracked at the same time. Well, that was awkward.
That belongs to my mother. I think she must be fond of eggs. There are a number of egg-shaped carvings to be found in the garden and in the Grand Hall.
Yeah, we came across one.
What's the deal with all the eggs?
Some people just like eggs.
She's a bird creature, isn't she?
The red paint on the brush is not paint. It is blood. Same for the palette.
So Freya added the blood to the painting herself?
Or blood got on the brush and palette some other way?
I do not know the answer.
Fifi, did you test the red paint in this pot?
Yes, I did. I discovered it too was blood, not paint.
A whole pot
Yuck.
full of blood?
Not a whole pot. It is only partially full.
Yeah, but still. Doesn't that freak you out?
No. In fact, it may be considered rather reassuring.
Why? That also begs the question, is that giant painting of the tower in Freya's room made from paint or blood?
A wooden carving of my father, made by my father. Although, now that I look at it, I do not understand how he was able to paint the red parts without any red paint.
But there was a pot in his drawer.
It is a model of Freya, made by my father.
A model of Flora, you mean?
Fifi,
And a man with a beard.
check this pot.
And a little red and white creature.
Why would my father make a model of Freya? I believe Freya was attempting to communicate something through this painting.
Any idea what it was?
I am not the person to ask. All I see is a blood-red mountain with angry storm clouds brewing above it. As such, I cannot ascertain any meaning from it whatsoever.
So we know the painted models are Flora's favorite people, as said by him. And Fifi's not there, their own child.
There is a drawing of me, a drawing of Detective Hawkshaw, and a drawing of Poppy and Fitz.
So they're all cousins, right? But they're courting each other. That's
Fifi's bedroom should
not
be unlocked now.
strange at all. Fifi's bedroom?
Can't wait.
Let's go later.
There's
We haven't
something
explored
about
around here.
Felix's painting supplies. Something suspicious.
Definitely.
Let's ask him about it.
We haven't explored the rest of this room yet.
It's an illustrated book about birds.
It's been left open. Looks like somebody was halfway through reading it.
Or it was left open for us to find.
Ever so slightly unnerving?
Bird book. The ink dip is a remarkably intelligent bird with a very long lifespan, even among avian mystids. Mystids? Other birds are often aggressive towards it, and the ink dip lives most of its life alone. It has particular feeding habits and usually only eats the seeds of the Tantum amica, pictured. This thing?
A chalkboard.
Is this a library or a classroom?
Oh. What am I looking at?
Any idea what this means?
Not a clue.
Okay, well, we're definitely gonna have to come back here for something. We have to solve for A. Okay, whatever.
I'm not sure I learned anything from that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Books about nature? Books about birds.
The shelves are about half empty.
Oh, so you're a the shelves are half empty kind of person.
You knew this already.
Books about ancient history, I think?
It's knocked over.
These books are ancient history. I think they'd crumble into dust if I tried to pick them up.
Good excuse.
Thanks. Books about geography.
Skip. Books about insects.
Well, theoretically, there's not a single book on that shelf.
Huh.
Books about space.
They're relatively untouched. Is that a snow globe?
Of sorts.
Is that the tower?
Hey, look at that. It's a model of Tangle Tower. There's the lake and those weird mountains. What are you thinking?
That would make an amazing souvenir.
Merch?
What's in those bottles?
I'm not sure. Soil samples?
Sure, why not build a science lab in the corner of the library?
The search for new knowledge. The archiving of old knowledge. It's downright poetic.
Sure, why
The
not?
search art's downright poetic.
A book on the floor. Fundamental entomology.
I guess somebody dropped it.
Okay, I
It's
think that's
musty in
everything.
here.
What exactly does that mean? What is must?
Must. You ask such stupid questions.
Good one.
Nice.
All right, now let's go. We did unlock some stuff, so let's go check out the dad's paint pots again. Hey you, I have something to ask.
So, about this paint we found in your room.
Nothing suspicious about it. I
Everything
used it
suspicious about it.
To paint, obviously. Totally normal thing to do.
We never said it was suspicious.
Come on then.
I
out
did.
with it. What exactly are you accusing me of?
It's not your paint pot. It has the wrong lid on it. It's not the right color. Let's say it's not your paint pot. I mean, it's not the right color doesn't make sense to me because it's red. It has the wrong lid on it. What? I wasn't even paying attention to the lids.
It's not your paint pot. Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely mine. I even have proof. Look, the lid matches the ones on all my other paint pots.
Well, it
End of
matches.
Discussion.
That's not the end of the discussion.
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint. Something to prove who it actually belongs to.
A clue? Freya's paints? What exactly are we looking for? I mean, I just wanted to test the blood. Freya's paints, I guess. I mean, the labels look different. The labels are different!
Let's take a closer look at this.
This. And this! Freya's red paint pot. Stolen and replaced. Was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot. But Freya noticed what had happened, but the lids were swapped. Both were left on Flora's tower and used as the murder weapon and broken by Felix. Oh. But the lids were swapped to hide it. I like this. I like this a lot.
Freya's red paint pot was stolen and replaced with Alex's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it.
That red paint is from Freya's supplies,
Yes.
not yours. Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
Why are you bothering me about paint anyway? And none of this is connected to your murder.
What was he doing with blood in his paint pot? This red paint pot was filled with blood and emptied out onto the floor before Freya used it to paint Flora. Or after. Wait, what did Fifi say? Was there blood on the paintbrush? Let's say before.
This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora.
Oh, that's definitely something.
Yeah.
Right. Fine. Here's the story. I was busy working on a project.
God, this guy
when
loves
I
his
suddenly
stories.
realized I had run out of red paint. There was a certain amount of time pressure, so I politely asked Freya if I could borrow hers. Just for a little while, you know. Perfectly reasonable request.
I don't believe
But she
that.
said no.
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So, well, I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
You went into her room?
Not my proudest moment, but it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday. I needed red to paint the final details.
Could you not have just used a different color?
Out of the question. It had to be red and white.
If you managed to finish it, why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Nah, well, I decided against it in the end. After what happened, seemed a bit insensitive.
Okay. By the way, Flora. Wait, hold on. Case file. Hey! It says Flora's 58 in here, but Fifi said she was 44. I was right. This game's already trying to gaslight me. Okay, let's move on to Fifi's room. Fifi's room.
I don't know what that drink is, but I bet it's 99% sugar.
I'd read you the ingredients, but there's nothing written on the can.
That's even worse.
What's that big book on the desk?
Looks like something Fifi's been writing.
Is it a clue?
I hope not. It's just a bunch of notes about her microbiology experiments.
It looks like a microscope. A big one.
Can I touch it?
Yes. Do you even have to ask?
I'm not sure this is a microscope.
Horizontally slide the 4 magnifying lenses to the correct positions. So it should look like a key. If that's any indicator. Can they layer on top? They can. Oh, that's neat. Cool. What am I trying to do though? And then no, that doesn't look right. Oh boy, this is a time That's way too big. No, that's just way too big. We can figure this out. This thing makes everything so big. I hate that. This subtracts though. The only one I think could fit is that. Or well, that it could be paired with. Ooh, what's for dinner? Whenever I think of a boil, I think of either noodles or seafood. Why are they so apart? I don't like how big this is, though. So close. We're so close.
I guess that's wrong.
Dang it!
The 4 lenses all have different magnification strengths, so they must each have a specific position along the rail.
What if this one's just... No, that's so big. Oh, I like this one here. No, I don't. It's supposed to be the same size. Use minimization on the largest part? Yeah, I figured these two would go hand in hand. Dang it. I had it pretty close before and I messed it all up. Because this certainly isn't right. It's supposed to be the same length, same height. Unless... Come on. Wait. Am I supposed to have the entire key in the magnifying lens? As if so. No, that doesn't track. Oh my god, I'm never gonna get this. This looks okay. That does not look okay. It doesn't even make the little thing. Is it okay if the magnifying lens goes in? Wait, do you mean use the minimization on the largest part here? I thought it was minimization with the largest lens. Minimization on the far right. Okay, okay, yeah. Okay. So that means... Then I can't... Only covering the last part of the key? The small one? Oh. Wait, that's how it can... That's too big, so it has to be this one, right? Oh. Oh, I see! Okay, so we finally got them aligned here at the bottom. So those are right for sure.
I got it.
We got it! I hated that puzzle!
I'm impressed.
Thanks for the hints.
Sounds like it unlocked.
Yeah, it's built on top of a little metal box. There's a book in here.
Diary. A secret diary. A well-used book resembling a diary. It's locked with a strange metal device. Oh, this is what her combo is on the board.
Fifi's got something pinned up here.
What is all this?
Oh. Romance charts? I mean, relationship charts?
And that's you, Sally.
What? I do not look like that, do I?
Is that supposed to be me? Why do I look so angry?
That's just the face you make when you're thinking. Does make you wonder, though. When did Fifi draw all this?
I think that's supposed to be Felix.
Yeah, and Felix is obviously with Flora.
That's gotta be Flora. Who's that?
Not sure.
Whoever they are is connected to...
Who is that?
No
That's
idea.
the dad. That's the dad. Freya's dad, right? Maybe that's her mom then. Wait! No, that can't be Freya's dad. We did see him on the little map though when they were talking about him. Someone's dad.
Who is that?
No idea.
Poppy's dad!
Who is that?
No idea.
Who is
No idea.
Okay, okay. So, maybe that's
Is
Poppy's parents
Fifi
then.
trying to solve the mystery with math equations?
Maybe. Did you ever try that? Maybe it works.
Did you notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
Mm-hmm. And
Fifi herself.
a new suspect. Don't think you can get out being questioned just because you're a bear.
I'm innocent, I promise.
Save it for the judge. It's a magnifying glass. A big one.
How come you don't have one of those?
Why? Because I'm a detective?
We do have
Should
one!
I start smoking a pipe
You
too?
can pull off a pipe. Homemade posters. This one's about the Pythagoras theorem.
I've not heard of that band. Are they any good? That's a whole
Pythagoras?
lot of books.
That's how you say his name?
Boxes of stuff.
I mean, we only ever talk about him in math when we talk about the Pythagorean theorem.
That's a whole lot of books. That's a whole lot of
It is a lot of books.
scientific formulas, probably. I'll openly admit I have no idea what any of it means.
Okay, so we need a combo. Safe combo. Can we... It doesn't look like we can talk to Fifi about it, though. We can look at her board. Now that it's in our
A chalkboard.
clues.
Is this a library or a classroom?
Actually, let's talk to her about it first.
A book. My
It's
book.
more than that.
And what's in it?
Pages.
You know who was reading this book?
It belongs to my mother.
And she left it in the library?
No, my mother's not been in the library for some time.
Right?
There's something about the image of Flora in the painting. Something.
Let's ask her about it.
Okay, let's go now. I know we said let's check the chalkboard for the safe combo, but nothing is prompting us to do that.
So, this painting, specifically that knife in Flora's hand.
Yeah, it's creepy. But we didn't find a knife anywhere in the room. So what's going on?
She wants to be like the bird. It's not a knife. The knife was taken by the murderer. The knife is still in this room.
It's not a knife. We need a clue to compare with the painting. Something to explain what that knife shape actually is.
This.
Let's take a closer look at this.
Knife and knife. Feather. The painted knife is actually just a feather from an ink dip bird.
The painted knife is actually just a feather from an ink dip bird.
Easy peasy.
It's definitely the right shape, but the book's not in color. The thing Flora's holding in the painting is red and white, specifically. Is there anything to suggest that the ink dip bird is red and white too?
The painted models. The thing I thought was a chicken.
This little thing? I don't understand why Felix would make a model of this bird as part of a gift for Flora. And come to think of it, why would Flora be holding a feather in the painting anyway?
Because Blank betrayed Flora, so she... Wait. What's the deal with Flora and this red and white bird? Blank betrayed Flora, so she ate. Blank attacked Flora. Blank was Flora's pet. The ink dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
The ink dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
She kept the bird as a pet, and it died?
Maybe it flew away.
Flora spends all her time staring out the window.
Either way, she kept the feather. I think it was pretty important to her.
All right, so she was holding the feather while Freya was painting her. But where is it now?
This
You'd
explains
think
why
she'd keep
everyone
it
was so
somewhere close
dismissive
by.
of a knife.
Yeah, I think she does. Normally. This is where Flora usually keeps her feather.
This is where she usually... in the bird book?
That's not right.
Where would she usually keep her feather? I mean, it looks like she usually holds it. According to this painting, maybe.
That's not right.
Oh, well... well, I have no clue. Somewhere Flora usually keeps her feather. Oh, the empty egg case. Of course.
But we
Because
opened
this is
it.
Flora's.
It's empty.
Mm-hmm. Completely empty. Flora? She's pointing at something in the corner.
It's just a pile of books. They're not... Wait, there's something tucked inside this one.
Oh. Flora's drawings. Drawings of Flora and a small bird. There's a handwritten message on the back. These are for you. Love, Freya. Kisses. Wow. Okay, we are approaching the 2-hour mark, and my dog Juju is up and at 'em, so I need to expend some of his energy. I'm gonna go take him on a walk real quick. So I think we're gonna go on something like a 15-20 minute break. How do I hope it saves this time. We're gonna come back and we're gonna be all the way back in Phoebe's room or something. Okay, let's quit the title. Yeah, we'll be back in about 20 minutes, I want to say. I hope you have time to eat. I hope it's done anyway. The tuna pasta sounds pretty good. But yeah, we'll be back, you guys. Okay, I am back. Hi guys. Welcome back to everyone tuning back in. Welcome in anyone who's just tuning in. You came at just the right time since I came back from break myself. Before we get back into Tangle Tower, I do have a couple of things to update y'all on. So, in terms of content, if y'all didn't already know, we did just recently release our 5th episode of our Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy playthrough over on YouTube. You can find that under CharMaeMengMing, or of course I have all my links down in my About page here on Twitch. That covers Steel Samurai Part 2, which means our next video next month is going to be the Steel Samurai finale. I have not worked on that video yet though, so don't ask me anything about it. No progress has been made. Speaking of which, speaking of having nothing to talk about, tomorrow is our Char and Tell Day, a play on show and tell, which I usually take the time to talk about any small victories that I've had over the past day, week, month, what have you. I invite y'all to come. It's gonna happen at the beginning of stream usually, and I just wanted to remind you guys because there's been a bunch of new viewers, bunch of new followers. So yeah, Char and Tell Day. Of course, I'm more than happy to hear if you guys have anything that you're proud of doing, of achieving, or have anything planned. Be sure to, drop by and tell me all about it. Of course, you're more than welcome to tell me now too, but Char and Tell happens every Thursday. All right, now that that's over with, I hope everyone is strapped in. Hope game audio is back up. Yeah, looks like it. And we're just gonna start the game again. Hopefully it's left us where we were, but if not, I'm gonna completely forget what to do. We were in Flora's Tower, yes? So, I think when we left, we discovered that this actually wasn't a knife. It was a feather from her bird, her dead bird. And, yeah, now we understand why everyone was so dismissive of her being the murder suspect, of there being a knife, and that just begs the question, how did she die? How did Freya die? Anyway, do you have anything new to talk to us about now? We can bring up your husband and daughter.
We met Felix, your husband. He's one of our suspects, and he seems pretty suspicious if you ask me. So, if you want to stick up for him, now's your chance.
Oh, she ain't gonna say shit. We
Nice
got
try.
a drawing? Okay.
We spoke to your daughter, Fifi. She's some kind of super intelligent scientist. You must be proud of her.
I'm gonna take that as a nod. Okay, so we got a drawing. Flora's oh yeah, Flora's drawings.
I like these drawings, Flora.
Is there a reason why you wanted us to see them?
That's definitely a nod, right? Alright, so since we're here, I guess
Have
we'll
you
just
seen this
ask
book
about
before?
everything.
Do you know who it belongs to?
To her, you fool.
I really thought she was gonna say something there.
You haven't seen this yet, have you?
Way to spoil the
It's a
surprise!
little model of you. Who were the other people next to you? What do you think of your husband's hobby?
Do you have any hobbies?
Well, at least it's nice and
Flora,
quick
this is your egg? Why do you keep it
going
locked?
through all this.
Is there supposed to be something in there? Or is it always empty?
No, we know already. That was long. So we know all of the
Did you
the
ask Freya
tapes
to paint
belong to
this?
Poppy.
Or was it her idea?
What is that you're holding in the painting, Flora? Some people
Feather.
have been saying it's a knife.
Too bad the evidence doesn't update.
Is this your gramophone?
Do you know why it's cracked?
But it makes sense considering, you know, achievements. You don't want to have to double back and be like, wait, I asked them about this already. Why isn't it checked off? Oh, because it updated. That would suck. Okay. And then, Max, you also said the alchemy and science formula is a red herring? Are you talking about the board, the chalkboard in Fifi's room? Or the library, I mean? It'd be similar to last game. You can see it by clicking in the bottom right corner. Oh yeah, I know this. I know it updates in here, but I mean, their dialogue doesn't update. Like Sally and Grimoire were saying, what's in this egg? Even though we know it's in the egg already. Okay, so let's move on, shall we? Oh, we missed the part outside. Stone Square. Oh, hello. Are you Poppy's mother?
Wow. Nice cape.
You're not fellows or pointers. I'm sure I shall immediately regret asking. But who are you, and what is your business here?
I'm Sally.
My goodness.
And this is my sidekick, Grimoire.
She's
A private
intimidating.
detective, Grimoire.
Really? You're a detective. If this is a joke, it's not a good one.
Who are you, anyway?
Private Detective Hawkshaw.
Oh, nice.
Oh!
Hawkshaw's a cooler name than Grimoire. Maybe I'll become her sidekick.
You're not on the Freya fellow case, too, are you?
That is classified information between myself and my client. Clearly, this is something which eludes you. But a
And
real
her
detective
client is
refrains
Poppy's
from
father.
handing out informations to persons unknown.
Oh, right.
Now, if you would, I have work to do.
I have work too.
It's not in my interest to discuss personal details.
Even if you're one of the suspects in a murder?
Very well. Let us make a small exception. Ask.
Well, what are you doing here?
I'm on a case at the behest of my client.
How long have you been at Tangle Tower?
133 hours.
Jeez, that's
5.5
specific.
days.
Who are you working for?
I am
Oh,
not at
wait.
liberty to answer that. Now, I shall permit you one more question.
What crime are you...
How'd you get that scar? It's cool.
You really think so?
Wait, so if she's been here for 5 days, she's not investigating Freya's murder. She's investigating something else.
As it happens, I completed an examination of Flora's room on the morning before the murder. I've been investigating every single room at Tangle Tower. Hers was one of the last on my list.
Did you find anything unusual?
Nothing but a thin layer of dust.
Unless
an
I'm wrong
atmosphere
about
of
that.
somber melancholy.
Was Flora in there at the time?
She spent the duration of my search staring up at the sky, out the open window. Didn't say a word, although I'm told this is the expected behavior.
What did you do after that?
I spent the early evening searching the library. It took longer than it should have. Fiona leaves that room in a permanent state of disarray.
Fiona was in the library too?
I expected her to make an appearance, but she did not.
And you stayed in the library the rest of the day?
Not quite.
And I bet this was the hint that Fiona left that book open, probably.
Towards the early evening, my examination of the library was unexpectedly disrupted. Sounds of running, wailing, shouting from several floors above. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared. He
I love
emerged
this so
from
much.
the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. Our eyes met. He was breathless.
Interesting.
Something had caused him great alarm. He told me to stay out of the way. I consented. I decided to return to my office in the stone square. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. She was clutching the banister of the Pointer staircase with an apprehensive manner. She wished to know where Professor Pointer had gone. I told her what had transpired. Then, she too crossed the hall and disappeared up the fellow staircase.
And that's when they went to the tower.
More so than at any moment prior, I felt like quite an intruder in the house. I took my leave, out towards the stone square. The grounds were silent. There were no signs of human life. Even the greenhouse was without its typical inhabitant. I noted that he, too, must be entangled in whatever was transpiring in Fellow Tower. An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance. He spoke to me of what had occurred. His report was as clumsy and cumbersome as the man giving it.
Did he seem upset?
He was rattled. That much was clear, but sorrowful, mournful, I cannot say.
Okay, let's compare notes, shall we? About the people.
Quite the stoic statue, isn't she? I can only dream of being as cold and indifferent as Flora Fellow.
You think she's hiding something?
Perhaps. She has some strange habits. I heard she
What?
barely sleeps, an hour here or there, sporadically. Spends the rest of her time staring up at the sky.
Well, but she's grieving.
Did you get anything useful out of him?
Not sure. What about you?
Nothing worth committing to paper.
I think he knows more than he lets on.
Probably. But talking with him is so tedious. Considerably intelligent, and her powers of observation are enviable. But she has no ambition. No focus.
In her defense, she's still a teenager.
Barely. Freya Fellow is of great interest to me. I perceived her to be the most intelligent individual here at Tangle Tower. Within a day, she had identified for whom I was working and for what I was searching. I didn't know how she did it. I was impressed. I regret that I did not question her more thoroughly when I had the opportunity.
You couldn't have known she was about to be killed, though.
I have only myself to blame for failing to perceive the signs.
What signs?
I do not wish to do your job for you, Detective.
Rude.
314 cases solved.
300?
And 14. Tangle Tower. No idea why they insist on calling it that. It's not even a tower. It's little more than a pair of turrets stuck on either side of a mansion.
Have you searched the whole place?
I believe so. Why?
He wants to know if you found any secret rooms.
Huh. I'm afraid the residents of Tangle Tower are far too ordinary for anything like that. I was disappointed too.
Is there another name that this residence goes by, if not Tangle Tower?
You truly consider this a case file?
What's wrong with
Yes?
No organization, no system.
it? That's my style. I like seeing everything laid out at once. Yeah, it helps me think.
How quaint. Have you deciphered the meaning of those 4 symbols on the harp?
We're working on it.
Foggy's there
That's a no,
too.
then. Where'd you dig that up?
It wasn't buried. It was underwater.
Someone trying to conceal evidence, perhaps?
Definitely.
Conveniently left anonymous. It's useless until you can prove to whom it concerns. Can you do that?
No?
No.
Well,
Makes quite an impression, doesn't it? Although I can't imagine why she painted Flora wielding a knife.
You didn't see a knife anywhere in Flora's room, did you?
I did not. I conclude whatever stabbed Freya must have been brought into the room from outside. Unless, of course, it was the painting itself.
Surely you don't believe in that kind of thing.
surely.
A detective's job is to examine every avenue of thinking. A somewhat cumbersome device, and an altogether inefficient way to listen to music.
What kind of music do you like, Hawkshaw?
I like anything.
What a cop-out.
I believe that was in Flora's room yesterday, but it was not cracked when I saw it last.
It wasn't cracked? Wait. Didn't we get information that the gramophone cracked on some day? Because now she's telling us that it happened yesterday, and I feel like it's conflicting information. Even though I can't recall what day the other person said it cracked. What day was that?
A book from the library. One of hundreds, no doubt. What makes this one special?
It's about birds.
Yes, I see that.
Poppy said it wasn't cracked 2 days. Oh. Okay, so it still could have happened yesterday.
When did Freya draw the picture of you, Hawkshaw?
I didn't model for her, if that's what you're asking. She must have done it without my
Beefy.
permission.
Could just be from memory. It's not quite as detailed as the others anyway.
I admit, it's powerful. Freya was a talented young woman.
Someone even liked it enough to take a photo of it.
Now, we don't know why they took the photograph, do we? Perhaps they just wanted it for reference.
Everyone seems pretty enviable of Freya.
These figurines remind me of a case I once solved involving a possessed doll. Turned out to be a bit of a smokescreen, as these things often do.
Your life sounds fun. Grimoire, why don't we ever have fun adventures like that?
Are we not having a fun adventure right at this very moment?
I'd tell him not to quit his day job, but he hasn't got one, has he? Paints?
Yep.
Paints.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The paint is still wet.
Yeah, well, we know Freya was in the middle of painting when she was killed.
Do you know that? How? Because you were told?
No, because she was standing in front of the easel. Because the paint still has... the brush has paint on it still. And she was never known to leave paint on the brush.
You got it open. I'm impressed. I managed it myself yesterday. I thought Flora might be hiding something in there.
It was
Oh.
empty yesterday, too.
It was. Perhaps it's always been empty.
Perhaps she's looking for a key. We still have to open this diary.
A diary? Have you read it?
Not yet. It's locked.
And you haven't attempted to force it open?
That would be cheating.
Are you perhaps telling us to force it open?
Does Flora still own that bird? Do you know?
Don't think so. The drawings are from a few years ago.
I see.
Is she hunting for cryptids? Oh wait, that's everything. Okay. Wait, can we force it open? No. All right, let's inspect.
Is that a clock?
If it is, it's a clock with 4 faces.
I'm guessing it doesn't tell the time.
So what does it do?
Rotate the dials until all 4 hands are in the correct position. Oh. Well, we don't know what that position is. Okay, well, let's leave that
Just
for
gonna
now.
rest my brain.
What are you working
A wooden
on?
trunk that opens up into a full desk.
I want one.
There's a metal plaque on the bench.
Is there a message engraved on it?
I think there was at one point, but someone scratched it off. It's a sea serpent, turned into stone by a wizard.
Ah, if you say so. What happened to its head?
Beheaded by the same wizard.
It's a big stone dais.
Biggest one I've ever seen. First one, too. A pointless little stone tower.
I don't know. Might be a good hiding place.
Want to play hide and seek?
I could be persuaded.
A little bridge leading back to the gardens. Hi.
It's Tangle Tower. Or at least it's the mansion. A giant glowing gemstone full of plants.
AKA a greenhouse.
You ever see a mushroom that big before?
Not in real life.
It's a big stone dais.
Biggest first one, too.
It's a big stone
Biggest
dais.
first one, too.
Okay, let's move on then to the greenhouse. You can solve the clocks without any clues? Oh, really? We'll go
Hanging
back to that
baskets.
then.
They're so high up.
To you, maybe.
You're only 2 inches taller than me.
2 inches makes all the difference.
That's a handsome beetle. Looks like he might have magic powers.
Is that fruit? It's shaped like fruit.
Too shiny to be fruit. I think it's glowing a little, too.
Safe to eat, do you think?
I'm gonna say no.
Is that fruit?
Too shiny?
Safe-
I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
Tools. Used by a gardener for gardening.
Someone did track dirt into
This one's in a little
Freya's
pot.
room, right? There is a gardener.
Okay, that is definitely not edible.
It looks like a gemstone, don't you think?
Potted fruit. A potted fruit with a hard gemstone-like skin. The soil in the pot is an unusual blue color. Gemstone-like skin. Is it hard as... Oh my god, I just noticed this guy! What are you doing just creeping around the corner like that?
Sally, don't move. We're being watched.
Yeah, I see him. He's a little too big to hide in the bushes.
What were you doing there?
Is anyone going to say anything? Or shall we just stand around staring at each other?
Right, sorry.
Sorry.
That's better. I'm Sally. And the guy hiding behind me is Detective Grimoire. Who are you?
Fitzfellow, the gardener.
Mm-hmm. And
I
why are you
like
so
your
tall?
voice fits.
I don't know.
You work here as the gardener.
I don't get paid to do it. It's just my area of interest.
What's the deal with the plants? They're all kinda weird.
Right.
He's a worker here.
Did you see the
He's the
lake?
gardener.
That giant green and purple lake surrounding the entire house? Yeah, I clocked it.
The color is just a byproduct.
Of what? Poison?
It's not poisonous. Not to you.
What's this got to do with the
Not to
plants?
us.
The water controls all life, just like anywhere else on the planet. Clouds form, rain falls. The water grows the plants, animals eat the plants. Anything you've perceived as an irregularity is simply a result of this hydrological cycle.
The
Could
circle
you
of
Say
life.
that again, but like condense it as if you were talking to a slightly stupid person.
Our lake water causes the unpredictable alteration of DNA. Sometimes.
Alteration?
Oh.
Like mutation.
That'd be the official term. For us, it's normal. Just nature.
And you're the local expert on all this stuff?
No. I'm just the gardener.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so I was saying something like this earlier where there could have been a love triangle between Fitz, who we now know is not related to the family. Fitz, Poppy, and Freya. We know Freya, everyone loves her, everyone's envious of her because she's a girl of many talents, right? She also doesn't have any inheritance. So it doesn't make sense, like there's no motive for murder there besides jealousy. At least so far.
I was in my greenhouse, watering and weeding.
Sounds exciting.
Jealousy and love.
Was anyone else around?
Not at first. Penelope came in a little later. She likes looking at the flowers, I think.
Did you speak to each other?
A little, not too much. We both left the greenhouse in the early afternoon. I went up to my room. Then I came back outside to weed the main gardens.
Where is
Didn't
your
see
room?
anyone else. After that, I went up to the garden outside my room.
And?
Let me guess. Watering and weeding.
Right.
Did anything happen to you yesterday, Fitz?
He leads a simple life, this man.
I was up in the rooftop garden. It was quiet. And then, it wasn't. I can't describe it. Could have been a scream, but it didn't sound human. We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
We?
Poppy was with me. Did I not mention that? Flora's room was locked.
Poppy
That's
was with you,
normal.
huh?
She usually locks it from the inside. I knocked on the door and shouted. Nobody responded. We became concerned.
You kicked the door down?
I did. Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back. Flora was there too, but I barely noticed her at first. Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too. Penelope arrived shortly after that, with Felix in tow. I thought that was odd. You don't normally see the two of them together. Felix took charge. There was nothing else I could do to help. I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything. I found her pacing back and forth around the stone square. When I approached her, she snapped at me.
Oh.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent. I like Flora. I hope she's all right.
Do you think she had anything to do with the murder?
There's no way. She wouldn't willingly cause any additional suffering for anyone.
Since he said the water around here causes mutation, that's kind of feeding into my totally joking theory of Flora being part bird too. So maybe she was the one who screamed. This non-human scream.
Felix is a contradiction. His loyalties are placed firmly within the realm of materialism, money, property. But his ego relies on an entirely fraudulent self-image, don't you think?
I was just about to say the same thing.
Sure, Grimoire.
Fifi doesn't like me.
What did you do?
I'm not sure. If you find out, maybe you can let me know. She questioned me.
About what?
My work, the plants, bit of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
Got a nervous
No,
habit with
she
his
didn't.
hands.
You sure? Maybe she did it when you weren't in there.
No, she hasn't touched it.
How can you tell?
Trust me, I can tell. She was always kind to me. She'd come into the greenhouse when I was working, sometimes by herself, sometimes with Poppy. I think they were just bored at first. Eventually, they started asking questions.
About what?
Poppy wanted to learn about flowers. Freya, she used to ask me about the insects.
Insects?
One of my jobs is to protect plants from things that might eat them. Freya brought me this little glass box, leaves and twigs inside. She'd say, put all the troublemakers in there. Every day I'd put a handful of beetles and other things in the box. Then she'd come along and take it away. I didn't really understand her, but she was always kind.
Here's a wild theory. What if Freya made her paints from the bugs?
Have you met this guy, Fitz? Shifty eyes, doesn't say a lot. Totally suspicious, if you ask me.
That's me.
Yeah, that's... It was a joke. I was joking.
Oh, I see. Nice painting. Gives you a
He's
pretty
so
good
awkward.
idea of the layout.
The lake looks
I
like
love
it
it.
forms a perfect circle around the island.
It might seem strange to you, but nature is quite capable of producing perfectly geometric forms.
And those mountain cliff things around the outside?
We don't know much about them. They're unscalable. Not even Freya could have gone up there.
What's that?
This painting, it's
Why Freya
speculative.
specifically?
There are no photographs from this angle as far as I know.
So Freya just made it up.
Let's call it an informed estimation. Who gave you that information?
Well...
We don't actually know who it was. We were contacted anonymously.
I see. And what happens if the person who contacted you turns out to be the murderer?
I never thought about that.
Honestly, that would be kind of fun. Like a twist, you know?
It's of no interest to me, but I overheard Poppy and Freya talking about it once.
What were they saying?
They were arguing about something, but I can't remember the details.
They were arguing about it? Where were they arguing about it?
That looks like it might belong to Poppy. How odd.
What do you think that is in Flora's hand?
I don't know. It does look like a knife, but Flora wasn't holding anything at all when I saw her after the murder. But there's something bothering me. Something else.
What?
When we went into Flora's room, she wasn't standing in this position.
Well, she probably would have moved around a little bit by then.
She wasn't standing at all. She
She
was
was slumped
kneeling on the
over.
floor.
Oh. Kneeling on the floor.
That belongs to Poppy.
So why is it up in Flora's tower?
I'm not sure. That looks like it might belong to Poppy. It's an egg with feet.
It was locked, but we opened it.
He's
But it
so
was empty.
proud of it.
Fun story. There's something off about this.
What is it?
Why don't you take another look at Flora's room?
You think we missed a clue up there?
Not exactly.
Oh? Okay.
Paints are different to flowers.
I'd say so, yeah.
At any time, flowers can bloom with perfect, faultless colors. Red, blue, white. With paint, once you've tainted a color by mixing it with others, not even the most skilled painter can return it to its pure form. Felix made that? Huh. That's quite sweet, really. Freya's best work, in my opinion. Although, the photo doesn't carry the same energy as the real thing.
What do you think it's a painting of?
What do you mean?
Like, what's the subject matter? What's that big red thing?
Oh, I don't think it's that kind of painting.
Fitz, one of these drawings is of you, in the rooftop garden, I think, with Poppy.
Mm-hmm. Are we done?
And a rose!
Penelope knows about birds. You should ask her instead.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about something. There's a plant mentioned on this page, see? Do you have any? In the greenhouse?
No, I don't grow that anymore. I've tried, in the past. It's incredibly difficult, even for me. I could never get it to live more than a couple of weeks. Looks like someone doesn't want you to read that book.
That's the main thing making me want to read it.
Did Freya draw these?
Yeah. There's a note on the back, too.
She was even closer to Flora than I realized. This is a good example of how things work. I mixed that soil here in the greenhouse. It's made with water from the lake.
And it makes the fruit grow all shiny and gem-stony.
Sometimes. You never really know what's going to happen.
And what do you do with this shiny and edible fruit?
You look at
How
it.
do you know it's inedible? Okay.
Fitz's room is unlocked. It's up in the fellow tower.
This could be interesting.
Is there anything else that was unlocked? No. Okay, well, we still have things to look at here, so...
A little chart of, actually, I have no idea what it's about.
I hate how he's just looming there.
Kinda reminds me of a periodic table.
Huh? Well, I'm not gonna pay this any mind.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
That's probably his... Oh! Sorry about that. I think that's just his formula for the soil or whatever. This
It's
mysterious
glass,
gemstony water.
but I can't see through it.
Total oxymoron.
I am not.
Tools, used by a gardener, for gardening. Hanging baskets, they're so high up.
To you, maybe.
You're only 2 inches taller than me.
2 inches makes all the difference.
That's a handsome beetle. Looks like he might have magic powers.
Okay, we did see all of
This
that,
one
right?
looks like a gemstone.
No, we saw
Don't you
that for
think?
sure. Oh, but the potted fruit updated. The soil is made by Fitz using the water from the lake around Tangle Tower. Fitz uses this unique blue soil to grow all his plants. The fruit is inedible, but it has some value as a precious mineral. Okay. Well, that sounds to be everything. So, to the gardener's room. Fitz's room. He lives like a servant! Just, you know, a much better room than a dungeon.
An empty glass and an empty plate.
So desolate in here.
Looking at it is making me want to cry.
Why?
I don't know.
He lives amongst so much beauty in his work, and then in here is just nothing.
It's a little handmade card. Someone's drawn a heart on the front. Inside it says, "To Fitz, from PP."
Polly, maybe?
That poor plant.
Looks pretty healthy to me.
Healthy, but sad.
But their last name
I
is
think
Fellow.
it would rather be outside.
Doesn't look soft.
Hello.
Not hidden very well, is it?
Doesn't need to be. It's locked. It's a combination lock. Sort of.
Oh. Rearrange the pieces of paper to find the combination for the box's padlock. Okay, so this looks like a puzzle. Can we fit... No. Can we fit this? Can we fit... No. No. Where does this fit? Maybe it's not that. Maybe it's... No? No. This doesn't fit anywhere. That doesn't even make a shape, so I don't think that's right. I think we were right with this one. It makes this little kiss. Kiss. Drop. But there's no other pieces of paper. So what's the point of this? Doesn't fit together. Is it meant to just make one at a time? But that doesn't quite tell us the order. Okay, can we just...
Nothing.
Maybe if you move the paper around, you'll find a clue.
So we're trying to make this one maybe. That. I mean, we can fit them together however which way. Order doesn't matter here. Each leaf shape is unique. We have that, and we have whatever this thing is. What could that be? Oh, wait, we have that. Oh, they're all different. Okay, so we have the rounded bottom, for sure. That rounded bottom. The kiss. So then there's this thing. Which I'm assuming is this one because there's no other one that looks like a little clover. And then I think we're missing like a long boy.
There we go.
Perfect.
Oh,
Anything in there?
Yeah, it's wrapped in a cloth. Hold on. Huh, that's kind of ominous.
a trowel. Ornate trowel. A metal gardening trowel. A metal gardening trowel with a decorative pattern. It has a decorative pattern engraved onto it, and letters either side of a heart. PP heart FF. Okay, maybe it's not Poppy. Let's see, what's this?
It's locked, but it leads outside.
I thought we were halfway up a tower.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
Slide the lid open. A puzzle. Then move the tiles into the correct slots. Well, there's moons everywhere.
Nothing. Still,
The tiles have all got that same sun symbol on them.
those moon symbols in the slots. Are they connected?
Maybe they're connected, but also not connected.
Maybe they're opposite.
Nope.
Maybe the information we need isn't here.
So where is it?
Somewhere else.
Well, that's a good way to say we need a hint. So we still have to find something for this.
Let's come
Okay.
back once we know what to do.
Got it. Now Fitz wanted us to check out Freya's room again. Because of her palette. What did he see on her palette? Are these the colors? Wait, is the palette important? Is it the colors of this painting here? Did someone swap it? I mean, but it could very easily be the same colors from this. It's a lot of black and just a touch of red. Yeah, they very well could be the same palette. Now, I know we have to do that brush. We know she kept this for insects, right? I don't know why he was pushing us over here. But he did explain why there's dirt in here. It's because he came into the room.
Brushes, pencils.
They're clean, but they look...
And we still have that brush puzzle, but I wasn't quite understanding it yet. Now, you guys did say we could do the clock puzzle without any clues.
Is that a clock?
If it is,
Okay. So, Don't know what's here, but these look like numbers. This looks like a 2. This looks like a 9. Oh, this is a 3. 3, 9, 2, 9? The brush isn't... Yeah, I know the brush doesn't need one. Oh, wait. Do we just want it, like... Wait, if this is 3, that's 3 o'clock. But this moves both. This is... Is this 12 or 2? 12, maybe. These move opposite. I want this to move this way, I think. Oh, take it. I was so close. Is it right here? No, I was so close. How do I get them to... Dang it! Thwarted again. 3, 6, 12, 9. Wait, this is a... Wait, this is a 6? Oh! Okay, okay. This... Oh, nuts. Do I want this here? And this is a 6, so... Oh god, okay. Oh, well, I got the 9 and 6 in the correct places this time, but 12 and 3 are not. I mean, the easiest way to do this is to deal with these by itself. These would be good.
I got it.
I almost changed it!
I'm impressed. What's in the box?
A little tool thing? Looks like a telescope, but I'm not actually sure what it is.
Telescope? A small lens. A small brass tool with a curved glass lens. It has a screw at the base. Oh. Have we come across any place this could sit? Okay. Let's see. We could ask people about it because we have new clues.
I'll say this, he's well suited to physical labor.
That's a nice way to put it.
Fitz spends most of his time alone in the greenhouse, but I heard he's been breeding experimental flowers in secret.
You
Whoa,
don't say.
Scandal.
I just wonder if he's getting restless.
So he's a suspect in your book.
This belongs to you, Hawkshaw?
Correct.
And, what is it?
It's my handheld microscope for up-close investigation work.
What do you magnify with it?
Trace particles, dust, oils, clothing fibers.
Have
You can
used
do
it
all
here at
that?
Tangle Tower?
I have. I used it to examine the greenhouse only 2 days ago.
What were you looking for?
That is between myself and my client. This is a potential murder weapon, is it not?
I don't know. I don't think the murderer would leave the murder weapon just lying around.
I think you'd be surprised
was in a
as to what
box.
people leave lying around. The people here are surprisingly materialistic, considering how sheltered they are.
Materialistic?
Growing this fruit simply because it produces a gemstone-like material. For what possible purpose, other than financial gain?
You're speculating.
What would you do, Grimoire, if you could grow valuable stone straight from the earth?
Let's be realistic here. There's a lot of people living in this house, and it doesn't pay for itself, okay? Let's ask him about the trowel.
This is yours, Fitz?
Yeah,
Do you use it?
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
That wasn't what she asked.
This one's ornamental.
You ever seen this before, Fitz?
No, but I don't normally go into Fifi's room.
That's not where we found it.
Beefy,
Oh,
huh?
I just thought it looks like it belongs to her.
Suspicious? Because Hawkshaw just said she used it in here. So he either wasn't in here when she did, or he's lying. Music room. Poppy. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare
Are
you.
a ghost?
Sally! That's rude! Unless she is a ghost.
It may come as a disappointment, but I am alive.
Ah,
That makes you a suspect, I'm afraid.
I know.
what's your name?
My name is Poppy. I'm a pointer. And a pianist.
We'll need to ask you a few questions about Freya.
I know.
Hey, you're pretty
She's
good.
just gonna keep
All
playing.
in the wrist. And 13 years of dedicated practice. I'm just me. There's nothing to know.
How are you related to the other pointers?
My father is Percival Pointer. The professor spends most of his time hidden away in his tower. Barely speaks to anyone these days. Especially not the fellows.
Do you get on with the fellows?
2 of them. Fifi and Freya are my closest friends. We all turned 19 last year.
Do people ever leave Tangle Tower? I don't mean to be rude. It's just, if you're 19...
You don't have to answer that, Poppy.
It's a fair question. I'd like to move away. Definitely. Fifi, Freya, and I would often talk about it, argue about it. Freya wanted to leave, but Fifi...
Yeah, I was gonna
things are
say,
more
Fifi doesn't
complicated for her.
seem
What
the
about
type.
now?
After what happened, I really don't want to stay here much longer.
Fair point.
3.5 hours of piano practice. Soon as I wake up. Same as always.
3.5. Does that not hurt your hands?
Sure.
And you do this in the music room?
No, I prefer to practice in my room. When I make mistakes, I like to make them in private.
What did you do after that?
I was supposed to meet Fifi in the library, but I totally forgot. When I finally got down there, she'd already gone. I checked her bedroom, but it was locked.
Was Fifi not in there?
No idea. She keeps her door locked either way. So I went back upstairs and out into the moonlight garden.
The what?
The little garden on the roof outside my room.
Was it just you up there?
No, Fitz came outside after a while. His room's on the other side. He's been teaching me about flowers.
They're
So,
connected.
did you talk to him?
Not really.
You ignored each other.
I didn't say that. Fitz and I were up in the Moonlight Garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds. I've been trying to decide how to describe it, but
Scream?
I'm struggling. It was like something drilling into a piece of metal, but
Oh.
different. Worse. I was pretty sure it was coming from
A
Flora's
screech!
tower. So we went up there to check. Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. I knew Freya and Flora were both supposed to be in there. So I made Fitz kick down the door. I went inside. Freya was lying on the floor.
Flora was in the room too?
Yeah. I think she realized what had happened at the same moment I did. I didn't know what to do. So I ran downstairs to get Fifi. Her door was still locked, but I knocked and shouted at her. Eventually she let me in. The lights were off, but I could see she'd already been crying. I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry. First time I've ever seen her angry. I dragged her out into the hall. My father was there too, for some reason. The three of us went back up to Flora's tower. Then Felix arrived. He had Penny with him. Fifi had this idea. She wanted to do some kind of scientific test. She took me down to
Right,
the
the
library.
blood.
We were in there about 15 minutes. After she was done, she went back upstairs and I went back to my room.
That's it?
That's it.
I'm so suspicious of Felix. Because Poppy said she was running down the hall, and he was like, there were 2 sets of footsteps down the hall. The first didn't raise any alarms for him. And then he also didn't hear the banging on the door, on Fifi's door. It was only after a second set of footsteps that he even went and considered going out to check.
Needless noise from tongues expel, unless within the mouth they dwell. The
We've got a
spoken
poet.
word, unfit for dealing with the shifting form of feeling. Stand unblinking in the face of taciturn and soundless space.
Yup, that's Flora, all right.
Foregone drifter, holding fast. Days a shadow seeker past. Is it bravery or surrender? Accepting that your world will render nothing darker than the gloom some 4 walls make round a room. Between the lips a silver spoon, a story written all too soon. The chosen dwelling of her heart, unjustly chosen to depart. Lost her liberation lays in the center of a maze.
Yeah, because she's inheriting the tower.
Softly does the flower grow, all in time, and time is slow. Rest a seed within the earth, but do not rush its gentle birth. Hour by hour, day by day, tune your heart to nature's way.
She talks very fondly of him.
Hard of head, but free of mind, unimprisoned, unconfined. With starry eyes, she sees beyond, behind our walls, beneath our pond. A soul untied, it's hers, it's free. Was then, is now, will ever be.
That was sweet. So again, that paints the picture of like Freya had no real ties to family. Her parents died. She was basically an orphan in this household with nothing to her name. Poppy and Fifi were her closest friends, or well, of age as well, but closest friends. And they all seemed pretty enviable of her. She was aspiring to everything.
With surging tide, the waves are thrown. an entity of all its own. But on its surface you may see, reflected in the waters be, the orchestrator, pale and still, pulling strings, enacting will.
The orchestrator. I wonder if she's talking about her father there. The orchestrator pulling strings.
So there are two families living in Tangle Tower?
Mm-hmm.
Firing
3 pointers and
hawkshot.
5 fellows. 4 fellows.
What's the connection between them?
There isn't one. Not really. It was all built by the Remington family. Flora is a Remington, originally. So was Primrose, my mother. She married into the Pointers, and Flora married into the Fellows.
So the Fellows and the Pointers own the house now?
Flora owns the house. Depending on who you ask, that means her husband Felix owns it too.
What about your father?
His claim over the house kind of fell apart after my mother left.
Where's your mother now?
No idea. There's something I noticed about Freya's knife wound.
Hit me.
From what we could tell, the blade went in at an exact right angle, perpendicular to Freya's body. And there's only one small pool of blood. Nothing on Freya's hands, or anywhere else. The whole thing is just a little too peaceful.
Peaceful. Also, I just realized PP could be pointer for pointer.
What do you make of the statue?
I know that's the only harp
Poppy
in the whole
pointer.
Tangle Tower. I've never actually seen a real one.
Maybe it's from before your time.
Oh, definitely. You see how old this statue is?
What about the symbols? One of them looks like piano keys.
Yeah, weird. This is mine.
Yeah, we
Really?
know.
No, well, yes, it was. I gave it to Freya about a year ago.
What was on it?
Nothing. It was blank. Freya said she wanted to record something.
Any idea how it ended up underwater?
Maybe someone wanted to destroy it, but got really lazy. Don't you think that's weird? That the letter isn't addressed to anyone, or signed by anyone?
Someone's being deliberately secretive.
Or they're trying to manipulate you. When I first saw it, I thought it looked like Flora was holding a knife, with blood on the tip.
You don't think that anymore?
No, it was a stupid thing to say. The room was dark. I was in shock. I'm just an idiot.
But it was blood on the tip. If you hadn't said anything, maybe Fifi wouldn't have checked.
Exactly. It's stupid.
But we would have missed out on an important clue.
Is it a clue? Really? Tell me how it's a clue. Tell me how it helps. Nothing about the knife makes any sense. It's just freaking everyone out. Wish I'd never said anything. It was my mother's originally.
So, why is it up in Flora's room?
She just gets the most use out of it. Freya would borrow it too sometimes.
Does this belong to you, Poppy?
Now that's not really my style, is it?
But who else would own a tape like this?
Literally anybody? What was inside?
Nothing.
Huh.
Yes, but everyone has the same initials here. It's either F, F, or PP. I was just thinking that. I was like, we have so many FFs.
Freya would always
All
load
the
up palette with
alliteration.
all the exact colors she was gonna need. I think it helped her zone out and focus on the actual painting itself. Like getting all your sheet music lined up before playing a long piece.
Right. So the blob of black paint in the middle, that was for painting Flora?
Flora's dress, yeah. She wears even more black than I do.
Oh, interesting. We got more info on the brush and palette.
Why is the glass cracked down one side?
Natural wear and tear, maybe?
No way. Freya took good care of her stuff.
Wait, she didn't say anything about the cracks on the gramophone.
Whose paints are those?
They belong to Felix, I think.
Oh, she's suspicious of
Is
that.
that supposed to be Flora?
Possibly?
Oh, how nice. I think everybody sees something different.
Did Freya ever tell you what she saw in it?
Not exactly. She said something about it being from a recurring nightmare.
Sorry, but if it was from a nightmare, why would you paint it and leave it in front of your bed?
Maybe she wanted to take control of it. Giving something a physical form can make it easier to deal with. Well, sometimes. Hey, that's me. Not a bad likeness.
It looks like you're standing in a rose bush.
Is there something wrong with that? That belongs to Flora, I think.
So she's not leaning into the romantic interest thing here. So maybe it was all in Freya's head. Maybe Freya was jealous of Poppy for no reason.
Is that Fifi's diary? I'm sure I've seen it in her room before.
That's where we found it.
Have you ever read it? Do you know what's written in there?
Nope. I'm sure she wouldn't appreciate me invading her privacy.
I thought you and Fifi were close friends.
Yeah, we are. It's just Fifi's gotten kinda impatient with me recently.
Do you know why?
I'm not sure.
I'm sure she'd tell you if you asked.
Oh, she would. She'd give it to me straight. Probably why I've been avoiding it. How sweet. Oh, you've been to the greenhouse? What did you think?
Impressive, I guess. But kind of unsettling, with Fitz lurking in the shadows the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah!
He does that.
What a creeper!
Is that a gardening trowel?
Yeah, I think it belongs to Fitz.
She doesn't
Really?
recognize it.
Never seen him use it.
He also said all his tools are in his greenhouse.
Did you find that in Fifi's room?
But
No? Should we have?
No, it's just... It looks like something she'd use, don't you think?
so we did find this in his room, and it could have very easily been planted because it was in a suitcase. But that doesn't explain the love note. I mean, I guess that could have been planted too.
That's me. I'm on a list of murder suspects. Always thought that would be kinda cool, but it's just tedious.
Falls a little short, doesn't it? All right. Poppy's bedroom is unlocked.
I wonder what's in there.
Let's go later because we haven't explored this place yet.
Oh, whatever it is, it's playing a little trumpet.
No, not that, Grimoire. There's something broken.
While it is the music room, he's got to practice.
What's with all the broken glass?
There. Horn statue. A shiny statue of a strange creature holding a large horn. There's a noticeable crack running along the length of the statue's horn. Inside the horn and on the ground below are various shards of cracked glass. Looks like a cup.
Sheet music. It's handwritten.
That's a lot of notes. Looks pretty difficult.
Probably why they're on the floor. Are they paper lanterns?
Whatever they are, I like them. It's like a little parade of floating spirits.
Who plays the violin, I wonder?
It's pretty dusty, so I'm guessing nobody.
One old wooden bookcase.
Yep.
Lots of books around
25
here.
dry old books.
Mm-hmm.
4 lit candles.
Fire hazard!
Yeah.
Am I the only one seeing the problem? All right, you got your wish.
Spooky murder mansion?
Spooky murder mansion. It's one of those big pianos with the open lids.
Don't touch it.
Why not?
Might be haunted. Smells like a forest in here.
That's just daylight, right?
What else would it be? It's a globe.
For globing.
Don't look at me. I didn't break it.
Does anybody else use the music room?
Yes. I don't know who, but I can tell when somebody else has touched the piano.
Also, there are symbols here. Plus, circle.
Are they paper?
Whatever's like a little parade of.
Okay. So we can go to her room now. It's on the other side of the garden, right? Poppy's room.
A lamp. It is most definitely turned off. Anything in the wardrobe?
Dresses mostly. I never realized there were so many shades of black.
That is the bed of a vampire.
I thought vampires slept in coffins.
This is a vampire who needs firm support for their lower back. Just a bunch of clothes on the floor. Nothing weird about that.
To you. More handwritten sheet music.
Empty. That.
I thought
This is a vampire who needs firm support. That.
I thought
This is a vampire who needs firm support. Oh, thank
There's
goodness.
the
There are
rose.
7 lit candles. Wouldn't want it to be dark in here.
So she was given the rose by Fitz.
It's a metronome for keeping time.
It's ticking. Is it a bomb?
It's supposed to be ticking. Not sure what those symbols are, though.
Use the buttons to rotate all 4 metronome dials up to the hoop at the top. Use the buttons. Oh. Okay. Use the buttons.
That's done it.
Wait, we solved that so fast.
Neat. What happened?
A little hatch unlocked in the back.
Anything in there?
Mm-hmm. It's a photograph.
Look at
Part
this
of the
photograph! Ripped photo. The ripped photo shows a young girl with blonde hair and pink clothes. The girl in the photo is using a bright pink cassette player with matching headphones. I wonder if this is her mother. Can we say anything
A
about the
single
rose?
red rose.
Yes.
How very traditional.
Yeah, weird.
Anything
Oh,
in the
that's
drawers?
it.
Nothing you need to know about.
There's a name for this kind of piano. You know, these ones that stand upright. Sheet music. Presumably for piano.
It's only a few notes. I'd barely even call that music.
Yeah, it's been framed though. Must be important for some reason.
The sheet music has been framed and is decorated with delicate, old-fashioned illustrations. Oh, I can't read sheet music! But for sure this is for a puzzle.
Various handmade posters.
What do you think those symbols mean?
Hopefully, nothing.
Isn't this the same eye that's on top of the, on top of Flora's room?
It's an octopus.
No, it's not. It has 6 legs, not 8. Don't say it.
Sextopus.
A big glass door leads out into a garden. Somehow.
Glass door? But everyone can see what you're doing in here. Okay, not everyone, but Fitz. Fitz can see what you're doing in here. You're just showing off everything? How do you change your clothes?
There's a little
You don't even have a
mechanism by the
curtain.
handle.
Oh! Wait, I bet these are oh. Okay, those aren't suns. Okay, but the moons we know go like this. Sun goes like that. Sun goes like that. Okay. Open?
Something happened.
Yes! Okay. We know how to open Fitz's side now.
That must be it. And the door's still locked.
I still feel like we made some sort of progress.
We have to go to Fitz's side.
It's locked.
I thought we were.
We are.
What's that thing by the.
It made a noise.
I guess that was right. Finally, it's open.
Well, at least this answers the question of having someone, anyone, peer into her room with its glass door.
Whatever's on the other side better be worth it.
They both have to be unlocked, so let's go. The rooftop garden. Oh, rooftop garden. More bugs in here.
It's one big dragonfly.
Or one very small dragon. It's a rose bush, growing on a little patch of bluish soil. Apart from a couple of loose petals on one side, the whole thing looks very well cared for.
The roses are bright red, too.
Now, aren't roses normally that color?
Exactly.
So this one didn't mutate.
It's another little statue, doing a really bad job of hiding in the bushes.
This one has a headset, though.
He's playing a lute this time.
He's also wearing headphones.
Well, they're not part of the statue, and they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
Oh. Lute statue. A slightly weathered statue of a strange creature holding a lute. A pair of earmuffs have been placed on the head of the statue.
It's so relaxing. I might just stay here.
How shall I go finish the investigation on my own?
That'd be great. Giant stone frog? Love it.
Ah, he's got his tongue out like he's catching snowflakes.
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
An array of feathers. 4 feathers. Updated. Wait, we've never had this before, though. 4 feathers. The feathers are mostly found resting on the tongue of a large stone frog. None of these feathers are from the ink-dip bird.
More egg statues.
I don't get it. Why eggs?
Well, either they have some special significance, or the sculptor was just really lazy.
What do you mean?
An egg has got to be the easiest shape to make.
Stone pillars, or what's left of them. A little pond.
It looks really, really deep for some reason. See those metal bars around the edges too?
Oh yeah. What do you suppose they're for?
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it. More egg statues.
I don't get it.
Well, an egg has got to be
The door into Poppy's room.
So only Poppy and Fitz can get into the garden?
That's weird.
Huh.
That's suspicious.
I guess so. Oh good. A bridge. I'm glad to know there's a way to get across that tiny, tiny pond.
Not all bridges are about getting across stuff. It's so relaxing. I might just stay.
How shall I? It's the window into Fitz's bedroom.
You know, he's pretty lucky. I wish my bedroom window had a view this nice.
It's the door into Fitz's room.
One of only 2 ways to get into the garden.
Oh yeah.
It's so relaxing. I might just.
How shall
Okay, that seems to be it for this area. There is a bench.
It's a 2-person bench.
Now, what makes it a 2-person bench specifically? It looks pretty standard to me. Ah, a little water feature.
It's making me sleepy.
Wonder how it's hooked up.
Okay. We didn't find anything of note there. Let's continue. Astronomy tower. The professor. To working.
Shh, listen. Do you hear them? The stars. They're whispering. So quiet, and yet so loud.
What are they whispering about? Are they spreading rumors about us?
I shouldn't think they concern
they're
themselves
talking
with such
shit.
insignificance. We are but specks of dust, you and I.
Mm-hmm. Could this speck of dust start by telling me his name?
You find yourself standing in the astronomy tower of one Professor Percival Pointer.
Another PP.
Seems like this tower belongs to the Pointers, and the other one belongs to the Fellows.
Well observed, my dear. Tangle Tower is something of a duality as it happens. Meaningless boundaries, really. They exist only in our minds.
Helpful.
Me? Not much to say. Strictly speaking, I'm the current head of the Pointer family. And of course, father to my precious Poppy.
And a professional astronomer?
Oh no, that's just a little hobby. I mean, yes, I've studied the stars for over 35 years, published 17 books.
Just a little hobby.
Sounds like you're quite well known. You must bring in a good amount of money.
Oh dear me, no. My field of research has never yielded any kind of stable financial return, nor would I expect it to. I am nothing but a humble interpreter for the cosmos, working to translate its message so that I may share it with the world.
Cool. Tell the cosmos I say hi.
I don't know about that.
The day began as any other, with blissful, unremarkable routine. I took my usual morning walk around the gardens. Fresh air does wonders for the mind.
Did you see anyone else?
Penelope and Fitz were in the greenhouse together. I didn't bother them, of course. I sat for a while besides the pond in the garden. It's a favorite spot of mine. Eventually, I returned to my tower and buried myself in my studies for the afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began to appear, naturally.
For how long?
I can't say. I've been known to lose hours at my telescope.
Did you see anything?
No actual discoveries, if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy tower. Must have been a while before you found out what had happened to Freya.
Quite. Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a thing. But a curious tug of fate led me towards the fellow tower later that evening.
Oh, really? Are you sure you weren't just spying through your telescope?
I was at my telescope for the majority of the evening, but at one point I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference book. I couldn't find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed it. I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall. I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library. She looked impatient and slightly frustrated.
Same as ever then?
Quite. I passed her by and went upstairs to Fiona's room. The door was locked, but I could hear shouting coming from inside. I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter. I had no desire to invade their privacy by eavesdropping, so I waited for them to finish and come out into the hall. Before I could ask about the book, Poppy grabbed my hand and took me upstairs along with Fiona. It was apparent that both of them had already been crying about something. We went up to Flora's tower. Freya was laying on her back, right in the middle of the room. Flora and Fitz were already there. They both looked stoic as ever. Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did, and then Fiona went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't there anything you could have done to help?
Don't take this the wrong way, but the whole ordeal is fellow family business. I'm quite sure they don't need me getting in the way at a time like that.
Oh my. He sounds so resentful. So resentful.
A listless soul drifting through the ether.
What's wrong with her?
Not sure. She's always been troubled. Comes from a dysfunctional family. I'd say you could ask her about it, but I think you might find that to be a bit of a dead end.
That's not a funny joke. I don't like this Pointer fellow. He's prime suspect number 1.
He should learn to make the most of his lot in life. And he does have a lot in life.
You're talking about money?
Among other things, but yes, he currently has agency over a small fortune. That is, if he hasn't already squandered it or lost it.
You two don't get on?
Oh no, we're the best of friends.
Yeah, I remember the Remington connection. Flora's a daughter of the Remington. Is she her, Richard's sister?
Ah, yes, the heiress of Tangle Tower. Goodness knows what'll happen when she takes charge. I dare say she'll confiscate my telescope and replace it with a microscope.
She doesn't seem to be the type to impress her will on others.
Still, keep an eye on her. Dangerously intelligent, that one.
You sound jealous. Wait, are
Yeah.
you two science rivals?
Oh no, we operate on very different wavelengths. Literally. Hard to read, that one, but she seems to know what she's doing.
She's kind of mean.
You know, I simply assumed all detectives were sharp, rigorous, and thorough. Then, of course, I met you.
See, Hawkshaw's the only one so far he hasn't been snarky about.
Nobody could deny her talent. She was remarkable, artistically gifted, but also highly intelligent.
Those two things aren't mutually exclusive, you know.
Was she ever interested in astronomy?
I don't think she was. The fault may well lie with me for failing to inspire her. But I think she was captivated by more tangible things here on Earth. My daughter loved her. Fiona, too. That said, in the last year or so, more and more I've begun to notice her by herself, wandering the gardens at the most peculiar hours. She must have explored every inch of the grounds 100 times over. Quite a restless spirit, I think. I'm surprised she chose to live at Tangle Tower as long as she did. What do you want me to say? He's the gardener.
He's a member of the family.
Yeah, but not the Pointer family.
What happened to his parents, do you know?
His father, Flint, is Felix's brother. Strange man. Don't think anybody knows what happened to him, but he certainly doesn't live here anymore.
What about his mother?
Emily? I've not met her. She never actually married into the fellow family. Her relationship with Flint was, it was short-lived.
Wait, who's Flint?
My Poppy, my pride and joy. Exceptionally talented pianist from a young age. Hold on. Why is she on your list of suspects?
Because she's a suspect.
Oh, no. I can personally vouch for her innocence. She never... Well,
Oh, sure,
the
she
truth is,
never.
She loved Freya very dearly.
If you don't mind me asking, what happened to Poppy's mother?
Primrose? She was Flora's sister, a Remington by birth. The playing field has never really been even since she left.
Another sister.
Where did she go?
Away. She went away.
Sounds like she went more than away.
I don't especially want to talk about myself. Introspection often leads to vanity.
Wait, does it?
Why don't we discuss the moons of Jupiter instead?
Oh,
I'm not sure
God.
if we have time. Aren't there like 10 of them?
83.
Yeah, we don't have time.
Alright, we've got a whole list of clues to get through. Let's do it.
So which one is Tangle Tower?
What's that?
There are two towers, right? Flora's tower and your astronomy tower.
Neither? Truly, I have no idea. You'd have to ask Flora.
She named the house?
The whole thing is a result of her squabbling with her family.
With Felix, you mean? Her husband?
No, her brother and sister, and her father. The Remington family was a rather tumultuous little unit, you see. I don't think Flora has spoken with any of them in over a decade.
Also, I just realized the greenhouse kind of looks like this shape, right? I mean, this still could very well be anything, but the greenhouse does have that shape.
Not exactly a wealth of information, is it?
It's enough.
A very old statue indeed. I'd recommend you leave it well alone. The poor fellow's in bad enough shape as it is.
You know about Boggy? Wait, Wait, no, he's just talking about the statue.
Isn't the process of decay fascinating?
It's not really decaying. It's plastic.
It's becoming one with nature, all the same. Where on earth did you find that?
It was in a bush outside. I think someone threw it away.
How peculiar.
How peculiar indeed. You seemed rather upset that we found this.
I find that painting to be in rather bad taste.
Oh,
yeah?
really?
The knife with real blood on it? The whole thing is rather vulgar. Pointer property originally, purloined by the fellows. Typical. I haven't seen that tape for a long time. Who broke it?
No idea.
Ah, well, possessions are fleeting, my friends. Curious little thing, isn't it? Do you know what she keeps in there?
Nothing. At the moment. It was empty when we opened it.
How bizarre.
Can't a woman keep an empty egg in her room?
Everyone is so curious about what kind of treasure Flora kept in her egg.
Here's a thought.
Something regarding
Do you suppose
inheritance,
the
maybe?
paintbrush could be
Regarding
the
the
murder
house?
weapon? After all, it was found at the scene, right next to Freya's body.
I guess it's possible.
I mean, they had no clue it was just a feather in there.
Is this important?
Possibly.
This is supposed to be Felix, is it?
I think
Oh,
so.
he's gonna bash
I
it!
see he's afforded himself considerable artistic license.
Oh, he's so mean!
This looks a little rushed, even by Felix's standards.
At least he tried.
Yes, I suppose it's good for the old fellow to have a hobby. Keeps his mind from decaying, you know.
This guy, he's the worst!
Freya was well acquainted with the abstract, I'll say that much.
What does it look like to you?
To me, it's a big, red thing.
What a
Wow.
fascinating interpretation.
He's right, though. It is a big red thing.
He's also the only one who's given us an answer for that.
These were drawn by Freya. She must have drawn that one of Hawkshaw rather recently.
I guess.
That's a very old book, isn't it? Looks like someone could have taken better care of it.
I like the look of a well-read book. Better than one that's never been opened.
Ah, well put. A diary can be a wonderful outlet for an outpouring of one's soul.
How do you know it's a diary?
I suppose I don't, but it does look like a diary. Yes, very nice. Where is that bird of Flora's? It's been a while since I've seen it.
He's the first one to talk about the bird. Huh. By the way, is there still any way for us to open the diary?
Fitz seems rather keen to grow things like this in his greenhouse, doesn't he?
What's wrong with that?
Well, you can't eat it. Makes you wonder why he bothers at all. Oh, you found a murder weapon?
Steady on. It's
His
just a gardening
arms.
trowel.
Looks like a weapon to me. What's this?
It looks like it might be a telescope. Thought you might know something about it.
Well, it certainly is a telescope. It has a part there to screw onto a tripod, you see. It's rather small, though. I'm not sure you could see many stars with it.
No, probably not.
Curious creature, isn't it? Some sort of amphibious bipedal fishman.
Playing a trumpet.
Playing a trumpet, yes. What a precious photograph. She hasn't changed a bit, has she?
Who?
Oh, if you don't know, perhaps I don't either. Oh,
Tell
my.
us about it!
This is the first piece that Primrose ever learnt on the piano. Primrose, that is Poppy's mother. She passed it down to Poppy when she started teaching her how to play.
Poppy's piano teacher was her mother?
Of course. Warms my heart to know that after everything, Poppy still has it up on her wall. I've seen those earmuffs before. They're the ones Fitz always wears when he's out the front gardening.
Always wears.
Whenever I've seen him, yes. I
We'll have to
think
get
you
back
may
to
wish
him.
to adjust your threshold of what you consider to be a clue.
Okay. Well, let's explore. We didn't unlock
I've
anything with
always wanted
him.
one of those.
A mechanical solar system? What would you do with it?
I would look at it.
Oh, we'll look at it, all right.
Wait a minute. Earth in the middle, sun on the outside. How old is this thing?
Oh no, astronomy. We're the third planet. Oh, wait. I thought we were gonna have to rearrange the planets. Rotate the 5 planets, the sun, and the moon around the middle. Rotate them. Rotate.
I got it.
Yeah, we did.
I'm impressed. Did you hear that? Something unlocked.
There's a little hatch underneath? What's in there?
Secrets.
A bunch of paper. Looks like somebody's research.
Oh, I thought it was a whole ass room. Golden beetle. Various research notes and diagrams. Number 4. The golden beetle. Named for its exoskeleton, composed of a mineral approximately 90% identical to gold. Has a lifespan of several years. It fends off predators with a loud hiss. Records of over 95 decibels. No, that's records. Records over 95 decibels. And by being completely undigestible. This mistid has a somewhat spurious reputation for causing ill fortune to those that see it. Huh. He's a hunter like the Remingtons!
There's something kinda disappointing about this room. I just expected a bit more from an astronomy tower.
Oh, does it not compare to all the other astronomy towers you've been to? A spyglass to the stars.
They're in very good condition. Pretty.
Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos.
It's too cloudy to see any stars right now.
Then what is he looking at?
It's also daytime.
Every astronomy tower needs a telescope.
I want to try.
I knew it! He was peeking in here. That's why he knew about the death.
You can see right into Flora's room.
Not by accident.
I can see Flora, but she's not looking this way. She's looking up. Behind her is the backside of the easel holding Freya's unfinished painting. I can't really see anything behind it. Not from this angle.
I wonder if you would have been able to see her body flop to the ground here. Wait! If my theory about Flora being not a cryptid, but a mistid is what they're calling it, then maybe he was waiting for Flora to turn into something. So, okay, let's keep exploring, shall we?
Is that a window?
Secret tower!
I think it is.
Is there another room above Flora's room?
We should check that next time we're over there.
It's through the all-seeing eye in the ceiling!
It's the tower opposite this one. I can just about see the gramophone.
There was an
It's
upper
that
window,
little
there
plant
was!
Flora keeps on the window ledge.
Don't you think it would fall off? In the wind.
Maybe it's glued down. It's too dark back there. I can't really see anything.
I can see the doorway. It leads into the hall. The door itself is on the floor, knocked off its hinges.
Weren't there 2 plants in the painting?
You can see right into
Not by
I can see
accident.
behind her. I can't really see anything.
Okay, I think that's all we're looking for.
Isn't this supposed to be an astronomy telescope? I'm pretty sure you need to see the sky for astronomy to work.
I can't move it. I think this is just how it's set up.
Suspicious! Hey, what are you looking at? Oh, we can't bring it up, but we could bring up this!
So, we found some research. What's up with this golden beetle? Is this something you're studying?
I can't help you, I'm afraid. I think it must be something
All of a
left
sudden.
behind by a previous inhabitant of Tangle Tower. I'm not the first scientist to ever walk these halls, you know.
Well, it wasn't in the halls. It was in your astronomy tower.
Yeah. Be sus!
There's something about Pointer's astronomy habits. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
Let's go now! Well, that didn't do anything. What the heck?
It's tidier than my desk. The notebook is untouched. It's completely blank.
So, even the most well-used notebooks start off blank.
It's a chart of the solar system. Which planet are you from, Sally? So, Professor, what interests you about astronomy exactly?
It's not a matter of being interested. Once you expand your mind to the wider universe, it cannot be
What a load of BS!
expanded.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been an astronomer?
I really don't like to give exact values unless I'm sure I can quantify them.
Convenient.
Why do you ask me these things?
I have a theory about you, Professor.
Oh? Go on.
I think you're not really you're not really interested in astronomy at all!
You're not really interested in astronomy at all.
What could you possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly different field of research.
Yeah!
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects. My studies focus only on the inconceivably large and the unimaginably far away.
Right.
Like
That's
Flora.
why you like using your telescope so much.
Yes, naturally. My little portal into another world.
Yeah, about that.
I saw a bird and not up at the sky. I think it has to do with the telescope not being pointed at the sky. Blank was trying to hide. Think something was fallen. Was actually looking at. Oh, well, we can't point. Wait, was actually looking at the crime scene. Pointer's telescope. Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene.
Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
First, you accuse me of being a lowly entomologist. Now you're accusing me of, what, spying?
Are you spying?
Why would I need to spy on Flora?
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen, and it's made you paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
Might not have been Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
It's
Yeah,
You-
could have been Freya.
It's a very precious specimen.
She did like
Incredibly
bugs.
rare, valuable in ways you could never understand. Freya was always sneaking around, both towers and in the gardens too. She was definitely up to something.
So, this next question is important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
No, I didn't. I looked
Liar!
into the room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
Sure, she
Flora?
was.
You mean Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window. I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly
the
dark.
window?
The telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Right.
Lying by the window? Fitz says she was kneeling, and in someone's flashback, Flora was leaning against the window. So what is going on?
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene.
Okay. We still haven't met Penelope. Who I'm assuming is in that big room over there.
We know a little more about the crime scene now. So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
Maybe we should have gone to meet Penelope. Okay. What do we have here? Was Freya stabbed by a knife? Why was there blood on the painting? The paint from the paint pot was replaced by... Wait. Yeah. Was replaced by blood from the paint pot. Right? Move that to resemble a bloody knife. So it's stabbed to distract Freya to hide evidence. Hold on. Maybe it's not that. Hold on. It's used to paint the red tip of Laura, the painted ink dip feather. Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the ink dip feather. It's designed to match. Oh, it could also be that. Blood was designed to match the paint from the paint pot to hide the evidence. Wait, that makes sense. That makes sense to me. But evidence of what? Why would there be blood in the paint pot, and why so much? I don't think this has to do with the current crime. But this still makes sense.
Blood from the paint pot was designed to match paint from the paint pot to hide the evidence. Nope.
Okay, no, it wasn't. Okay. Yeah, okay. No, that wasn't it. Prove the existence of meant to hide the evidence to distract Freya. Was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink tip feather. To resemble a bloody knife. Maybe.
Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife.
Of course.
I think you're right. Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question. Why?
Either it's a very strange
We
coincidence,
don't know either.
or somebody set it up.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Possibly.
Flora's the only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over
Or it
what we
blew
do
away
know.
in the wind.
The door was locked the whole time. It stayed locked until Fitz kicked it down. Normally,
Right.
it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
So whatever got Freya got
Okay.
Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what, and more interested in the how.
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her. But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with a painting.
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting?
But we would
Wouldn't
have
that
seen
leave
it.
a hole?
Okay,
Yeah.
well, how about this? How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being stabbed and her falling over are completely unrelated.
It's a good point. It's a good point. Something might have fallen on top of her. Knocked her unconscious. Why don't we have that in our case files, huh? Okay, so we're still missing something. We're still missing someone. Let's go meet her. Aviary. Wait a second. Penelope's the bird lady. She's a harpy.
Oh, just beautiful. What is it?
Huh?
Sort
I
of
don't
a
know.
delicate jade, but with a little seafoam green, is that right?
Sorry?
Your hair, dear! Which shade do you use? It's lovely! And that shape, you're really pushing the envelope.
Oh,
Okay.
thanks. I do what I can to offset Grimoire's beige on brown ensemble.
Detectives
God.
don't need to be brightly colored. We prefer to blend into the background.
Oh, you're the detective? Delightful. Penny Pointer, pleasure.
Is that short for Penelope?
Officially, yes, but I never can be bothered with all 4 syllables of it. Penelope
I
sounds a
love
little
her.
ostentatious coming out of the mouth, don't you think?
Sure. Yeah.
20-something, Aquarius, love to travel, and nearly all of my friends are birds.
Oh gosh.
Travel? Where to?
Anywhere at all, as long as it has species worth studying. Ornithology, they call it. I call it the only thing I've ever been good at.
And have you studied the birds here at Tangle Tower?
But of course! Where else do you think I developed my love of the field? No matter where I go, I always find myself coming home to Tangle Tower.
Because of the birds.
Oh, no, because of him! Silly to admit, but I suppose I can't bear
Him?
for us to be apart.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, don't you know? My fiancé, dear Fitz. He's not really the traveling type, you see.
Fitz fellow.
The very one.
Penny Pointer.
You're engaged to
It's
a member of the
fellow?
Feather family? That's interesting.
I'm not especially interested in whatever tedious feuding goes on between our 2 families. Fitz and I find it much easier to stay out of it altogether.
Fiance?
I awoke early and headed down into the greenhouse to see Fitz. He's always there, crack of dawn, every morning like clockwork.
How come?
It's where he's happiest. That and he has a great deal of work to do every day, watering, pruning, mulching, whatever that is.
Do you help him with the work in the greenhouse?
Of course she
no,
doesn't.
No,
She's
I wouldn't dream
delusional.
of it. I'd probably break something.
So, you stayed with Fitz the whole day?
No. In the early afternoon, he went back inside. Rather suddenly, as it happens.
Did he say why?
He didn't. Probably just a touch of heat stroke, the poor dear. He's more delicate than you'd think.
What did you do after that?
Let's see. I returned to the aviary to feed my birds.
And how many birds are you responsible for?
Officially 4, but in truth, it's more like 400.
Can they not feed
Jesus.
themselves?
Of course. And they often do. But I think they just like the company. As do I. Sometime in the evening, I left the aviary and headed back towards my room. But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. He was muttering something. Seemed a bit upset, the poor dear. I followed him down, but but the grand hall was empty by the time I got there. Empty aside from Detective Hawkshaw, who was loitering over by the library. I don't know what it was, but she looked a little lost. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower. I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path. For some reason, he was coming out of Fitz's bedroom. He looked rather lost, too. I told him I was looking for Uncle. He suggested we look up in Flora's tower room. We could see from the hallway. The door was off its hinges. I knew then something was terribly wrong. A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya. Uncle Pointer was there. Fitz, too, standing over in the corner with Fifi and Poppy.
What about Flora?
Of course, silent as ever. Uncle suggested we should leave. Give the others some space, you know. So he and I both returned to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Okay.
A fellow bird enthusiast. She's quite the expert, truth be told. Studied them professionally at one point. I think her father taught her.
Are you friends with Flora?
A little bit.
A little bit friends.
She's one for the peace and quiet. I dare say I'm a little too loud for her.
I can see that.
I do admire her, though, really. Always felt like she could have done better than settle for Felix.
Ouch.
I said it. I must say, I really don't care for the den of self-delusion that he's retreated into. People are better off when they just let themselves be themselves. Between you and me, I think Felix is secretly rather miserable.
I don't think that's a secret.
She mostly ignores me, if I'm honest.
How come?
Well, we're not quite on the same intellectual level.
Oh. You don't need to.
No, it's quite all right. I'm comfortable with it. She's a most unsavory little... She was incredibly rude about my appearance.
Which part? The giant bird arms, or...
If I were her, I'd go easy on the judgment of others. I mean, look at her. She looks like the ghost of a scarecrow. I just wish Uncle Pointer would tell her to behave herself.
Professor Pointer? Why him?
Oh, it was Uncle that called her in. She's his responsibility. Did you not know that?
We knew it! I knew it! I called it from the start!
She'd sit in the aviary, first thing in the morning, and paint the birds. Sometimes she'd ask me their names.
Freya was interested in studying bird species too?
No, just wanted to know their names. Isabelle, Clementine, Myrtle, Lysandre,
Oh, no.
Genevieve.
Got it, thanks.
For my 21st birthday, she gave me a framed painting. All the birds from a single spring, with their names written underneath. I can't begin to tell you how much I've treasured it.
Wow, she
Sounds like
memorized
you
all
two were
those
close.
names?
I feel like I always struggled to articulate my admiration for her, but she had a way of understanding unspoken things. Isn't he strapping?
He is big.
And so rude.
What a 180!
Kinda sulky, yeah.
I can never tell what's going on in that beautiful head of his.
It just sounds like you don't know him very well.
I don't remember asking for your input. Oh, did you talk to Poppy already?
Yeah, a little bit.
And did you make any notes of what she told you?
Yeah, I did.
Lovely. Burn them. It'll all be lies.
Oh my
Why would
god.
Poppy lie to us?
Because that's what she does. She's a snake.
She
Looks
thinks she's
like
a
one
home
too.
wrecker.
Don't you think you're being a little unfair, Penny?
She started it. Oh, she's beautiful. Who is she? Wait. Is that me?
Love her.
Can't say I've ever taken an interest in Uncle's astronomy. On occasion, I've dared to visit him in his tower, but I always regret it. It's all just a little too abstract for me.
What do you mean?
Oh, did you know the sun is apparently over 400,000 miles wide? Okay, so what should I do with that information? How does it help me?
Don't look at me. You're the one who memorized it.
Alright, we got all of this to go through.
You know, it's probably quite impressive. To a visitor, fresh eyes and all that.
Not to you.
Try living in it for 20 years. The sheen wears off. If it wasn't for my fits, I'd have little reason to stay.
What about inheritance? You're the next oldest pointer after your uncle, aren't you?
Well, thank you very much for phrasing it like that. But no,
Dang.
any money left in the Pointer family will pass down directly to Poppy.
Is that fair?
Couldn't care less, to be perfectly honest.
She just wants to marry Fitz.
Finally! I get to see a detective's case file.
That's a very specific thing to be excited about.
Well, only last week I asked that miserable hogshot woman if I could see her case notes.
I'm guessing she said no.
Would have been much more polite if she had just said no. Instead, she was quite rude to me. Accused me of being, what was it? A shallow sensationalist. I'm sure I've read about this creature somewhere. Don't remember anything about him playing the harp, though.
We still haven't found any clues for that statue.
Goodness me. Poppy really doesn't take care of her belongings, does she?
It wasn't in Poppy's room. It was in the little pond in the garden.
Wait, no, it could be that note.
Exactly. Hardly the place for it.
I forgot about that. This open letter.
Hello. Who penned this juicy little number?
We don't know. It's not signed.
An anonymous letter? Classic clue.
There is something interesting in that she said specifically to burn whatever evidence we got from Poppy. And what does this letter say? Burn it after you read it.
I doubt Freya intended it, but the overall effect is a little unsettling. Don't you think? It's Flora that's the problem. She's an inescapably haunting presence, bless her.
I thought you liked her.
Poppy's gramophone. She's had it for a long time. As a young child, she'd call it her mama phone, on account of it belonging to her mother.
That's cute.
Oh yes, adorable. How terrible.
You recognize it?
The color scheme. 3 different pinks. Obscene. Somebody taking an interest in extinct animals.
Extinct.
Oh yes, the book is very old. Most of the birds in it are long gone.
Well, what about this bird, though? The ink dip.
This one, well, it was thought to be extinct for a long time. Then one was found here at Tangle Tower.
So it's not extinct.
Yeah,
You
where is it?
misunderstand. It was the last one. The very last.
Oh.
Very nice.
You've seen these before?
Yes.
Not a fan.
All of them. Even this one of...
Yes. I know a lot of people rather like this painting, but it's a little much for me. I find it overbearing. And for some reason, it makes me feel bad for Freya. I think she was more troubled than we knew. If I'm not mistaken, that little red and white one is supposed to be a bird of some kind. A bit vain to carve wooden figurines of oneself, isn't it? Freya doesn't take very good care of her paints, does she? But then she was always rather bohemian, had her own priorities. Oh, that's rather sad. Gaudy old thing, isn't it? Flora seems very fond of it. I've never understood why. But then I could say the same thing about her husband.
Heyo!
Ooh, a secret diary.
Want
That's
to
our
brute
guest here.
force it for me?
Excellent.
Dang, she didn't open it.
It's that bird. But these must have been drawn at least a year ago. Oh, how sad. Ooh, delightful. More of a gemstone than a fruit, isn't it?
Inedible, too. I think.
Yes. At one point, I thought Fitz might be growing them to sell them. But honestly, I think he just likes the way they look. Oh, did Fitz show you that?
Not exactly.
We found it hidden under his bed.
Ah, right. I don't know what that is. Haven't seen this one in a while. He lives in the music room, doesn't he?
Currently.
I can't decide what's worse. How she looks here, or how she looks now.
Do you know who this is?
Oh, it's
In the photo?
Poppy.
Oh, absolutely no idea. Looks a little simple for Poppy, doesn't it? Thought she was a grade 12 or something.
I didn't know there were that many grades.
I'm sure they invented some new ones just for her.
Rude.
Not a fan of insects myself. Whose research is this?
We were hoping you might know.
No, can't say I... Freya, perhaps. I know she was always very fond of grubby little things like this.
Noted.
Way to deflect. No, she definitely knows something about those beetles. You're not a fan of insects, but birds eat insects. You're the apex predator here.
There used to be all kinds of birds here at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
Used to be? There are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
What happened to the non-ordinary ones?
That
Like the ink
is a
dip.
very good question.
You're gonna tell me you didn't run across it?
Lovely.
Okay, that's everything and everyone.
We can get into Penny's room now.
Now, like, right now?
Let's do it in a little bit because, once again, we have not inspected the place. Huh?
That's all the statements.
Let's go over them all.
Oh, wait! Just wait a damn second.
My little writing desk. It's kind of cute.
There's nothing written in the book, although someone's torn a page out of the middle.
Sus.
Bird diagrams. Hand-painted.
They're beautiful. Someone really knows their stuff.
Is this a boat out there? What is that?
I don't like mirrors. They steal your soul.
Oh, it's a mirror.
How do you get your hair so symmetrical without using a mirror?
I do it by weight. I can feel if one side is heavier than the other.
That's impressive.
A rather magnificent bush. Somewhat cruelly confined to a stone pot.
There's a letter P carved into the side. Check out that butterfly.
Looks evil.
Wow, judgmental.
I couldn't stop
Does this
staring
count
at it.
as being outdoors?
Yeah. No, doesn't matter. They're bird cages, but the birds are coming and going freely.
Is that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
Then what about these birds over here? Whose feathers we very clearly have.
An especially fancy cage.
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
Birds and cage. 3 brightly colored birds in a heavy ornate cage.
What's those little windows down there?
I think they're there for draining rainwater.
Oh. Does this count as being outdoors?
Yeah. No, doesn't matter.
I feel like I'm standing in a giant bird cage.
Okay, I don't see anything else
My
suspicious.
little writing desk.
There's nothing written in the book.
Let's bring up the birds to her.
I must say the girls are awfully well behaved today. I think they know we're in the presence of company.
They belong to you? Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet, particular treatment. I let them out to fly occasionally, of course. But they're all one of a kind. I couldn't let anything happen to them.
Do they have names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
Again, with
I've
the
already forgotten all three
alliteration.
of those names.
Which one is which?
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest, Tabitha is the most patient, and Tamara has the best sense of rhythm.
Oh, of
Glad we
course.
cleared that
That's
up.
how we
What about the
distinguish
one on
who
your
they
head?
are.
On my head? He's just my hat. He doesn't have a name. Who'd name their hat?
Okay. So we can now go to her room, which is right across from us. What do we got in here?
That's some flower.
There's something weird about it. It just feels out of place.
Potted flower. A brightly colored flower with an unusual shape. It looks very healthy and well looked after. The soil in the pot looks fresh and moist. It's also an unusual blue.
Penny's books. Mostly novels.
Traveling cases.
Empty. All of them.
This is the fanciest room so far.
Too fancy.
What
I
the?
don't know.
Ever get the feeling you're being watched?
The mannequins don't have eyes, though.
That's not a comforting sentence. Looks like nature invited itself in. Rude.
It's a birdhouse.
Are those real birds? Nope.
The
What-
faces!
They're using up all the perches. What if a real bird wanted to use it?
Swap the positions of the 7 birds. Into what? What are we trying to what are we trying to do? This one is a circle because it's a circle. The that makes sense, right? Well, but this one's like a U shape, and this could be a U shape. Are we looking for like genetics or something? Or not genetics, but their eyes should be similar.
Nope.
There must be some logic to how the birds are arranged. Something to do with those white lines.
Oh, okay, yeah, so, okay. They make this. They make this baby. Maybe.
Nothing.
I think the birds are related to each other.
That's the one.
Hey, not bad. Did the door open? What's in there?
Now I'll get her. With rose petals. Crumpled paper. A ripped piece of paper crumpled into a ball. Red flower petals were found inside. A message is angrily scrawled into the paper. Now I'll get her. The flower petals originate from red roses growing from the rooftop garden. A couple words missing there. Okay.
A little tea set. Looks.
One of the cups has tea in it.
What's in the other one?
Birdseed. A little bedtime reading?
Let's see. Romance novels, detective novels, and
What?
this one appears to be both.
Nice.
Okay, the pointers are definitely suspicious. But why Freya? Does it have to do with her parents, maybe?
That might be the most pointless staircase I've ever seen.
Let's get out of here.
This is the
Two.
What the
I don't know.
Let's finish going over all the evidence with everyone.
Ah, Penelope, our resident ornithologist.
Penny's your niece, is that right?
At this moment in time, until she
What's that
marries
supposed
the
to mean?
gardener.
She'll still be your niece.
But she'll depart from the world of the pointers and join
The fellows.
like rats deserting a sinking ship. That's rather a small cage for 3 birds, isn't it? But then, aren't we all trapped in a cage? What kind of flower is that?
We're not sure. I think it might be the only one of its kind.
And a lot of
Primrose would
things
know.
to ask
My
Fitz.
wife was a floriculturalist. Best in the field. That's a flower joke, but she was.
Interesting.
Well now, that is most definitely none of my business. Quite possibly none of yours either.
Yes, it's my, my flower.
You don't like it?
Uh-huh.
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Do you at least like the look of the flower?
The look?
The colors? The shape of it?
Between you and me, I think it's a little vulgar.
Vulgar.
That's rather strange now, isn't it?
We found it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope. You'd hidden it, but we found it.
We do that.
Who's the her in the message? And what's the deal with the petals?
It's really none of your business.
Suspicious.
There's something about those petals we found in Penny's room. Something suspicious.
Definitely.
Let's ask her about it.
Also, real quick, we're gonna look at the map. Because... Oh! So we saw the grate over here was broken, right? I think it leads into this tube, no? But so why is it empty? Where did all the fish go?
So, yeah, we found this.
Oh,
So yeah.
that. That's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her," on a piece of paper and hid it in your room. That's not nothing.
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's those red flower petals.
The petals.
They're from red roses.
They're from red roses. And there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses and who they belong to.
Well, we know it's in the rooftop garden, but there is a drawing with Fitz giving a certain lady a rose. Miss Poppy herself.
It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding?
I can't imagine what you're getting at, but it doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I
But
have
you
taken
can
something from
fly!
the garden to which I have no access?
Is it really only accessible from those 2 bedrooms?
For most people, it would be. But don't forget, Penny's the resident ornithologist.
My dears, what are you accusing me of?
Sending your birds to spy, maybe? Okay. So we can't talk about her, but we can say one of Penny's birds. Used to kill, was used to spy on. One of Penny's birds was used to spy on either Poppy and Fitz or Freya and Fitz and distract them. But it didn't work. and steal money from them because they were planning a murder and steal evidence from them. Spy on them. Do what? Because they were planning a murder? No, I don't think so. To do what? Not steal money. We could say because it didn't work. How and why did Penny decide to access the rooftop garden? What else do we have here? Used to bribe, was given to, was stolen from, was used to kill. No, I like the spy on. Let's see. Let's say didn't work. The planning a murder and the stealing evidence doesn't sound right. We're gonna go with Poppy and Fitz first because that's who she has a grudge against. She hates Poppy.
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy
I have
and
a feeling
Fitz,
it was
but
Freya,
it didn't
though.
work. Almost. Maybe just change.
Wait, was it actually?
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Freya and Fitz, but it didn't work. Nope.
Oh. Oh, okay. We were closer with this. And distract them? And distract them, maybe. Maybe.
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and distract them. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
Dang it! Okay, so everything else has to be correct. It's just this final statement. Then, either evidence or murder. I don't think this has to do with money.
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz because they were planning a murder. Almost. Maybe just change one thing. Her note said, "Now I'll get her." Still evidence. And money? Steal evidence? One of Penny's birds was used to spy
Steal
on Poppy and
evidence?
Fitz and steal evidence from them. We know those two have been spending time together in the rooftop garden.
Evidence?
I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
Evidence of them
Just not
being
the
together?
jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that. Besides, Tabitha hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
We need a clue to compare with Penny's birds. Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden.
Oh, I know this one for sure. And it's all of them.
Let's take a closer look at these.
Oh, it's not all of them. This yellow feather was left behind Penny's yellow bird when it visited the greenhouse after it killed Freya, when it visited the rooftop garden.
This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
Easy peasy!
I can't stand it! Knowing the two of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden. I couldn't risk spying on them myself, so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me. I knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand. Fitz is slipping away from me. He's so quiet with me these days. But being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he
Aw.
sees in her miserable little... I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
Okay, well, I don't know if she's connected to the killer or the killing per se. But she is guilty of being a jealous lover. If she is a lover. I still think she's delusional. We still need Penny's challenge statement and Hawkshaw's. Oh, and Fifi. Wait, and Fitz! Wait, we're missing so much! Oh, I didn't mean to ask you about
My
yourself.
list of murders always
Falls a little.
Feathers flashing in the light from
Yeah?
a sunbeam gleaming bright. I shield my eyes and turn my head, but all at once I've been misled. Light is shining on the stage, but through the railings of a cage. Eavesdrop what the stars are saying, earthly tether slowly fraying, floating helpless from the worst of jealous hunger, selfish thirst. Take a moment, kneel and meet the flowers growing at your feet.
Okay, we've got a lot to go through.
I don't know what that is.
Weird, considering we found it hidden in your room.
Yeah.
Well, my room is full of junk. There's
We know
probably
it's
a
you.
bunch of stuff hidden in there. I don't mean like... Please stop talking to me. Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the tune for us?
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
Okay, I don't know what that's supposed to be, but I'm pretty sure it's connected to the tape. Well, connected to both tapes. And that's what we're gonna need for the Boggy statue, the fountain.
Do you know where those earmuffs came from?
I put them there.
Why?
I found them lying around. I think they belonged to Fitz. I put them on the statue so he'd see them. I thought they looked like headphones. Like he's in the recording studio with his guitar. No?
If they do belong to Fitz, he hasn't taken them back yet. When did you find them?
This morning.
Where?
I don't know, in a hallway. I can't remember exactly.
Hallway. We can go back and ask about the significance of the music.
Yeah, it's mine.
What's so special about it?
I got it from my teacher. It's the first piece I ever learned.
Her
How
mama.
long have you been playing?
Since the day I turned 6. Family tradition. I was really excited to start learning. As soon as I got out of my first lesson, I told Freya and Fifi all about it. When I arrived at my second lesson the next day, Freya was there too. She hadn't asked permission, just showed up. For 2 whole years, the teacher taught us both.
Was Freya any good?
She would have been even better than me, if she'd stuck with it. But one day, she just stopped coming to lessons.
Why?
That's just it. There was no reason. That's when I realized things were different for her.
Okay, let's leave it there. Freya needed to learn piano for that puzzle to open the fountain, right?
I see a lot of birds up in the rooftop garden. They seem to really like it up there.
Why's that?
It's quiet. You get some weird insects around here, but I've never seen one like that.
I'm not sure anyone has.
Freya might have. She used to keep beetles in a box in her room.
Why?
For fun, obviously. I think it's kind of cruel to keep 3 birds in one cage like that.
Does Penny not let them out to fly?
Oh, she does. She must do. But I don't think they're allowed to go far. Penny can be a little protective.
Overbearing? Same thing.
Never seen that one before. Was it in the greenhouse?
No, we found it in Penny's room.
Right.
I can't tell if she knows about Penelope's jealousy or not. I mean,
Those
the
pets.
potted flower?
What about them?
She got a little angry there at the end.
They're just unusual.
She definitely recognizes the flower petals, but probably doesn't know the significance. Alright, let's get to Fitz. Hey! I've got something to ask you!
I imagine you don't be a strong hour too often, do you?
No, but I still see some pointer sometimes. He's always curious about what I'm growing in the greenhouse. Asks me about the birds too, and insects. He's pretty clued up on his evolutionary biology.
I didn't think there was much overlap between astronomy and biology.
Penelope is my fiancée.
Don't take this the wrong way, but
He admitted it, though.
She's not who she pretends to be. People think she's, well, they make assumptions.
How's the relationship doing? Recently.
Good. It's good.
Liar!
Poppy and I are friends.
Oh, that's clothes, hair, an average 3-word sentences. Two cheese on pod.
She's very kind.
Yeah, actually.
She's interested in plants, unusual flowers mostly. I'm teaching her.
Right.
Is something wrong?
Unusual flowers, you say? Do you know about this unusual flower?
Flower.
Yeah, that's a flower. We found it in Penny's room.
Okay.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Oh, come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower. I just don't have a reason to.
He knows nothing about this flower? But there's a heart on it and everything.
What's with a broken glass?
Any idea what this is?
No idea. Poppy's piano music. I remember when she started learning. She's improved a lot since then.
Yeah, that's genuinely how it works.
Right, of course. So petals,
What?
they're red. Penelope's 3 favorite
Very
birds.
insightful.
She's very protective over them.
Are they like her pets? Do they have names?
Oh, they have names. Penelope loves to name things.
Do you remember what she named them?
I do not.
Oh my god! This guy has no interest in his fiancée at all!
I've seen beetles write brightly colored shells, metallic shells even. They're relatively common, especially around here. There's a difference between that and actual gold.
It can't be actual gold. Gold is just inside the earth or whatever. You can't make it. It's called alchemy. It was a whole thing.
I get it.
We found these up in the rooftop garden. Do you know how long they've been there?
No, it could have been a long time. We don't ever really clear up the rooftop garden.
Why not?
Nature is unruly. In truth, it prefers to be left alone.
Okay. That's that. Oh! The loot statue!
Wait, those are mine, the earmuffs. They went missing about a week ago.
What do you need earmuffs for?
Weak.
I use them for gardening sometimes.
Why? You don't own a chainsaw, do you?
No, I wear them while I'm gardening, and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
That's genius.
So we know that there are 2 mysteries to be solved here. There's, of course, the murder that we were called in for. And there was another mystery that Hawkshaw was called in for. Most likely to find the golden beetle. So that went missing a week ago. And it was in a hallway.
Professor Pointer is a respectable astronomer. Keeps himself to himself.
Sure. Totally
What?
believe that.
We're just surprised.
That was the most polite you've been about anyone.
I find her rather embarrassing. Little more than a spoiled child.
Penny must be at least 25.
27. Just makes it worse. Poppy has remarkable musical talent. She could be famous, wealthy even, if she wanted to.
She'd probably have to leave Tangle Tower first.
Quite. One of 3 statues depicting the same creature. This one is wearing headphones. Perhaps they belong to someone who likes music.
They're not headphones. They're earmuffs. For blocking out sound.
Mm-hmm. We
Perhaps
just
they
learned
belong
it.
to someone who doesn't like music.
Great deduction.
Do you also have a pile of leaves as a clue?
Oh, not yet. Did you see some suspicious leaves?
Where did you find this?
Do you have any theories about where this might have been?
Or who might have had it.
I have several theories, but they are my theories, and I'm not going to share them.
Rude. We're just trying to
2
help
birds,
you.
1 cage. What makes them worth keeping cooped up, I wonder? Would they not be happier flying free?
But then they might fly away from Tangle Tower entirely.
I wonder if they would. And you consider that important evidence, do you? These people really are ridiculous, aren't they? Who's that?
Not sure. It doesn't really look like anyone we've met so far.
Strange. Is that a clue?
Dunno. It was important enough to be framed, though.
I framed my law degree, doesn't make it a clue.
Same? Yeah?
Some breed of amphibious humanoid. Potentially bipedal. Although none of the statues show the creature's feet.
I guess we'll never know.
Okay. That's everyone and everything. Guess we won't be able to challenge her until we unlock the fountain, maybe. I do want to revisit her.
Name, Fitzfellow. Age, 24. Profession, cryptobotanist. Likes soil, dislikes electric lights.
Hang on. Cryptobotanist? I thought he was just a gardener.
That may well be his preferred label. Mine, however, is more accurate.
Do you and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
We do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought
You don't
so.
see eye to eye with a
Since
lot of
you've
people,
got to be
Fifi.
just barely 5.
So, what's your problem
Oh my
with him?
god!
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower. He was making every effort to avoid detection.
Pointer Tower.
He was also carrying a knife. Name, Hawkshaw. Age, unknown. Profession, private detective. Likes, quote, being left alone. Dislikes, quote, being constantly badgered by a weirdo nerd with a clipboard. Name, Percival
Poor
Pointer.
Fifi.
Age, 57. Profession, none.
I'm pretty sure he's an astronomer.
Oh, yes, of course. How uncharacteristically forgetful of me. Name, Penelope Pointer. Age, 27. Profession, ornithologist. Likes, birds. Dislikes, insects. Notes, Penelope is very beautiful. I have never had very much in common with her.
Oh.
Name, Poppy Pointer. Age, 19. Profession, oh. Apparently, Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had, of course, originally written pianist, but she has crossed that out and written the ghost of Christmas yet to come. Freya drew these,
Yeah, I think so. There's a note on the back.
but she never showed them to me.
Well, I think it was a gift for your mother, like a private thing between Freya and Flora.
The fruit here has a unique chemical makeup. It makes them completely pointless, unless you wish to cut it down and sell it as a precious stone.
It's not edible.
Depends
On what?
on the structural integrity of your teeth. That blade,
It's a troll for gardening.
it is.
You recognize it.
This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No, I don't think so.
Who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
It's a telescope.
Oh, yes. It has a telescopic lens. It can only be used for looking at things that are far away. Why did Poppy leave shards of glass all over this statue?
What makes you think it was Poppy?
The statue lives in the music room. Who else would it be?
Who is that in the photo?
I'm quite sure that I have no idea. An item from Poppy's childhood. Her earliest piano lessons hold some special significance for her.
Why's that?
No idea. She has never graced me with the details, and I am not forthcoming enough to ask.
You two are friends, right?
We are, yes.
But
It is clear to me now that Poppy has become tired of my company.
is it anything to do with Freya?
Oh, no. The changes in Poppy's mood have nothing to do with Freya. Her concerns simply lie elsewhere.
With Fitz, maybe?
What's wrong?
Earmuffs do not go on statues. What a mess. Penelope should tidy up after herself.
These weren't dropped by Penny. They were dropped by birds, I think.
My argument stands. Now, this is interesting. Where did you find it?
In the astronomy tower.
And yet, it does not concern the field of astronomy.
You
Nope.
don't say.
In fact, you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
Yeah, you could.
I would not say that, however.
Oh, you wouldn't?
No, it would be quite naive. To study science in any field is to study the connections between all matter in the universe, living or inanimate. I am scared of birds.
Why?
It is an irrational fear. I have no suitable explanation.
Oh,
Oh, poor girl.
It is a flower. It reminds me of something,
It is a flower.
but I cannot say what. Who is this her to whom the message refers?
well, I don't know exactly.
Then how can I meaningfully evaluate this object? Next!
Okay.
There's
What is
something
this
about the report of
flower
Fitz going up Pointer
Reminding
Tower.
everyone of? Because Penny said it was vulgar, and Fifi says it reminds her of something, and I'm just not seeing it.
Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
Go now.
There's something about Hawkshaw's handheld
Uh.
microscope.
Fifi gave us all the deeds.
Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Later.
So, Fitz, I have a report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower. Holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
A guess.
Uh-oh.
She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
He lied. Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
It's kind of hard to
if
mistake
it
a
wasn't
6 foot
knife,
something giant.
What was it?
A trowel.
What about this?
Ah, that.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
Okay. Is there a reason for Fitz to go up Pointer Tower with the trowel? Is part of a matching set with? Is used by Fitz to cut? Is used by Fitz to look after? Was used to bury? Is the only thing that can destroy? Garden, Poppy's room, Fitz's room, Penny's room, in the greenhouse. Garden. Oh! Wait. Did used to bury? Wait. Neutral is I don't think it has to do with the greenhouse because he has tools in there already. In the garden? In Poppy's room? Poppy's room. Oh, in Penny's room. The potted flower.
An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
Yeah.
That flower.
Yes.
The one
I've
everyone
never
says
seen it
looks like
before.
something.
We need a clue to compare to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
Something to compare directly with the potted flower from Penny's room. I mean, besides the potted flower itself? What do we got? Case file, Tangle Tower, harp statue. Book, Freya's drawings, photo painting. No, none of those. Laura's drawings. No. Potted fruit. Oh, the potted fruit. It's the same pot. It's the same pot.
Let's take a closer look at these.
What's the connection between these two clues? The pot and soil. The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse.
The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse.
We're so smart.
Let me guess. Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
No way what's a coincidence.
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
What?
It took me a long time to breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly
I
right.
mean, I guess
That's
so.
some gift.
Turns out Penny isn't particularly interested in looking after plants. So I go into her room every now and again when she's not there. Water the flower, change the soil. Just trying to keep it alive.
Aww. This guy. A subtle romanticist.
This little microscope thing, you said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense if you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no intention of disclosing that information.
Don't worry,
You're
we
such
know.
a tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry. We already worked out what you're searching for.
Yeah. The golden beetle.
You're not as hopeless as you look.
Thanks.
So, that's what you were looking for in the greenhouse? This beetle?
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He is not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
It's so
I know
big
for a
though.
fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse.
Because it's not a microscope at all.
It's not a microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
The handheld microscope is part of a telescopic lens. If Phoebe stole it, Hawkshot makes it a murder weapon. So Hawkshaw was honest. Wait. 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 How does this make sense? Entirely out of was created by Fifi. According to. Why is Fifi in here? What's the problem with Hawkshaw's microscope? Handheld microscope. A microscopic lens? Wait, I'm so confused. I don't know.
The handheld microscope, according to Hawkshaw,
Well, that's
uses
wrong. We
a
didn't get the
telescopic
ding.
lens. So Hawkshaw stole it. Nope.
What the heck? Is there a reason to believe it's not actually a microscope? I mean, well, how do we exit this? I want to look at the clues. Wait. But. Oh. That's a clue. I wanted to exit. The handheld microscope is part of a telescopic lens. I mean, we know it's part of a telescope from the astronomy room. So Hawkshaw was honest, so Fifi stole it, so Hawkshaw lied about it. Which makes it the murder weapon.
The handheld microscope is a part of a telescopic
Why is
lens.
Fifi
So
in this
Hawkshaw
line?
lied about it. Almost.
Possible statement.
Maybe just...
So
The handheld microscope is a part of a telescopic... That's
yeah,
not right.
Hawkshaw lied about it. Did we do the lie already?
The handheld microscope... Almost. Maybe...
The murder. So
The
Hawkshaw stole it.
handheld microscope... That's not right either.
Was she? Didn't Fifi tell us something strange about the lens? Well,
The handheld microscope... That's not right either.
wait. Which makes it the murder?
The handheld microscope is a part of a telescopic lens, which makes it the murder weapon. That's not right either.
I don't remember what Fifi told us.
The handheld microscope is a part of a telescopic lens, so Fifi stole it. That's not right either. The handheld microscope was created by Fifi to use a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw stole it. That's not right either. The handheld microscope,
So
according
this
to
wasn't
Fifi,
from the
uses a
astronomy tower?
telescopic lens. So Hawkshaw stole it. Almost. Maybe just...
What the heck?
The handheld microscope, according to Fifi,
Oh my god, that took
uses
forever.
a telescopic lens.
Couldn't
So
remember
Hawkshaw
all what Fifi
lied
said about it.
I'm inclined to believe Fifi when it comes to stuff like this.
Hawkshaw, why did you lie about owning a telescope?
When you were a child, what did you aspire to become?
A detective? Naturally.
Emperor of the Galaxy?
I wanted to be an astronomer.
Really?
I harbored a desire to understand the secrets of the wider universe. A fool's errand, to be sure.
Is that why you're
But
dressed like a
seductive one.
Sith Lord?
At 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence to the world around me. And so, I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with the little telescope?
A memento from my childhood. Little more than a toy.
I
Why did
see.
you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me, I dared to consider it something of a planetary alignment. I had hoped he might sign my telescope. An extremely childish
Aw.
indulgence, I admit.
I never would have guessed.
Hold on. You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the greenhouse to such a degree. Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
So, who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated.
Freya.
My lead suspect is
Is
your
dead.
murder victim.
I knew it! Okay, well, we still have other lines of questions to go through with these two. Just to complete the evidence, you know?
My daughter Fiona, our little burgeoning genius. You've met
Very
her?
surprisingly
We did.
enough.
She's going by Fifi these days.
So I've heard. I asked her some weeks ago, what's wrong with your real name? She told me, get this, she wanted a name with an even number of syllables. She makes up the strangest things when she's under pressure.
What makes you think she made that up?
I happen to know the real reason she prefers Fifi over Fiona.
Oh,
Oh,
why is
yeah?
that?
It's what Freya called her.
Aw.
Fitz? I don't trust him. He's slippery. Never commits to anything. Brain like an onion.
An onion?
Did you two have an argument?
No, but my daughter doesn't like him at all. And I trust
What a
Fiona's
lie.
judgment entirely.
Well,
She's a
okay,
very
no,
vigilant
Fiona
young
doesn't
woman.
like him. That's true. Probably because he took away her friend.
Poppy's a good friend to my daughter. Always has been. I think they get on well because they're so different.
Different like how?
Poppy is, she's quite introspective, good with feelings. Fiona, not so much. Still, Poppy always seems to be sulking about something.
The heavy, heavy price of emotional intelligence.
Penelope seems to have really settled into a groove. She struggled a bit when she was younger, always a little estranged.
How come?
Well, she was mostly raised by her uncle, and he really only makes time for his own daughter. Now, of course, she's bringing the two families together through her marriage. It's a nice gesture, heartfelt, but futile.
He doesn't like the families merging either.
Percival Pointer. Good old... So, what do you reckon? Is he the murderer?
I didn't
I
skip
don't
that, I
know.
swear.
Maybe. We still need...
That is not information we're willing to share at this time.
I'm just saying, keep an eye on him. Holds on to a lot of bitterness, does old Pointer. just
He's
because
not
he's
the
always
only
struggled
one.
to support his family. Slightly pathetic, really.
And how long have you known him?
Over 35 years.
Childhood friends? Rivals?
Don't know if I'd do him the honor of considering him my rival. Quite the character, eh? A fellow member of the Order of the Crimson Cloak.
Is that a real thing?
No, I just meant because we both wear, red capes of a sort.
Has she questioned you yet?
If you call that questioning, she seemed bored by everything I had to say. I heard on the grapevine, supposedly Hawkshaw is searching for some rare item. Something
we
called
know.
the Golden Beetle. Honestly, it's probably a
He
bunch
would have
of
just told it to us.
sensationalist rubbish.
You reckon?
Quite sure. There is no treasure called the Golden Beetle.
How do
You
you
would
know?
know he's a pirate.
Because I would have heard of it.
I mean, a treasure hunter. Okay, we have a couple of things. We haven't seen them in a while, so...
That's one of Freya's paintings, is it not? It's impressive, but a little miserable for my tastes. Freya was quite the talent. She had a way of capturing the spirits of her subjects. Not in an evil way, in a good way. Where did you find that?
It was in the library.
Really? How odd. I've never been one for
He knows about the bird
music.
book.
Why not ask Poppy instead? Oh dear.
Do you know who this is?
Not a clue.
Why won't anyone tell us?
Now this is still in very good condition. Apart from the crack, of course.
What about those shards on the inside of the horn?
Looks like somebody broke a glass and was trying to conceal the evidence. Cunning.
But what evidence? The only things we have that are cracked are the gramophone and cracked tape. Well, I mean, also the paints, but still. It doesn't look like there was any liquid in that.
Why don't you ask Fiona about that one? Looks like her area of expertise. I've never seen that before. Looks valuable. Goodness me! That looks like it might belong to Fitz. These drawings are quite precious. I'm surprised Flora let you see them.
What happened to the bird? Did it die?
I don't know. Seems likely, though, doesn't it? Why would someone lock up a book like that?
We think it's a secret diary.
Aha! Teenagers are funny, aren't they?
I have a feeling the bird didn't die.
That looks like it might belong to Fitz. Bizarre things, aren't they? Penelope seems rather attached to them.
Do you not feel sorry for them in that little cage?
Come now, I'm sure they could leave if they really wanted to. What's this all about? Some kind of rare jewel?
I'm pretty sure the research is about a real insect.
If it's made of gold, then it's made of gold. Is that a clue? Really?
It might be. The statue was up in the rooftop garden.
Yes, it's been there a while. You can see the brass is slightly tarnished by the elements, but it's not too bad. Might be salvageable.
To sell? Okay, that's everything. We do have Mama up here. Wait, the attic! I forgot! Up here!
Do you and Fitz have anything to do with each other? Other than your initials? Do you and
Her
Poppy
speak
get along?
real quick.
Nothing. Shocker. Grimoire, what could you possibly be writing down?
Oh no, I gave up making notes ages ago. Now I'm just doodling in the margins. What do you know about Penny?
I can't really imagine those two being friends, to be honest.
You never know. You know the guy in the other tower? Weird astronomy professor guy?
Can you see him from your window? Can he see you?
Yes.
We spoke to Hawkshaw. I assume she didn't get anything out of you either. I bet that really ticked her off.
Just a load of nothing out here.
Do you know anything about these birds? Or birds in general? Do you know anything about this beetle?
Do you recognize any of these feathers?
Okay, that's everything. Now we can go up. Attic. It's all the Remington statues.
It's a statue of a wolf, standing up straight, like a man.
You know there's a name for that.
I know.
It's not quite as dusty as everything else up here. Also, it's not a statue. It's stuffed.
What is that?
Not sure. Some kind of reel?
Looks like it might attach to something.
Reel thingy. A brass reel with a screw at the top. A brass reel with a screw at the top. Coiled around the reel is a length of fine red rope. What could that have been holding?
It's a jar. The head screws off.
Huh.
At least the moths are kept well fed. What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at least.
You know, maybe I won't open it. Just dusty junk.
Nothing catching my interest.
I'm sorry, is this spooky attic boring you?
Why is there no light coming in here?
Kinda. Someone painted out the window.
Oh.
Do you think it was done recently?
No idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious.
Sally, you don't have a dust allergy, do you?
No. Do you?
Put it this way.
I accidentally
Just
skipped through that,
dusty
but
junk. Just dusty junk.
Nothing catching my interest.
Sorry.
Kinda.
It's a statue.
You know there's
I
it's
know.
not. Also,
Okay.
it's stuffed.
that looks to be everything, so let's... Actually, there's this crack. This giant
Where's
crack.
that light coming from?
No, it's just daylight, I think. There's a decent gap between those floorboards.
Look closer.
Is that what I think it is?
Her body.
Is that what I think it is?
Yeah. So, whatever killed her, stabbed her after she fell over, it happened from up here.
Do you know what this is?
Guess not.
Who would know?
What is it?
We don't know. We were really hoping you would.
My friend,
it looks like a line for
shed your
fishing,
hope
but
and let it fall free.
also looks like something screws onto it.
sandbags from a hot air balloon.
That's the most depressing idiom I've ever heard.
Real thingy. Fifi must know. Fifi knows everything.
Is this yours, Fifi?
I do not recognize it. And besides, I would have no use for such a thing. Perhaps it could be used to hang wet laundry?
Was that a joke?
Yes.
It's used to hang maybe whatever fell on her.
What is that?
I'm not sure. It looks like it attaches to something else.
Why don't you go back and double check the area you found it? Maybe you'll find the rest of the something else.
We did try.
I'm not so sure about that.
Did we do the brush puzzle? No, not yet.
I don't know what that is.
Me neither.
Me 3. Oh, sorry. I thought you said me too.
Okay, we can still go back and... Goodness, her...
Where did you find this?
It was in the attic.
Oh.
She knows what it is?
Huh. I forgot we even had an attic.
Doesn't seem like anyone knows what it is yet.
Is that for sewing?
Maybe.
We have no idea.
Nobody seems to know.
What's this? Is it a clue?
We don't actually know. But Grimoire picked it up, so now he has to pretend it is.
That's how it works.
Poppy was the only one who sounded like she had any clue what it was. Yeah, we could go back and... I guess we could go back and try this. I still have no clue how to solve it, though. These pieces of papers? Don't know. How do these go together? But I know that these are the brush types. Just don't know why it's showing like the heights here and then the colors here. And none of the papers seem to match up. Let's see. Blue. We get... No. That doesn't line up with anything. I don't think. No. That doesn't make sense. It's the only way I've been able to piece it together, though. Oh, they do fit together. Okay, Oh, I see. Okay, so height is from smallest to largest. These are colors, but why is this colored too? Oh, the brush handle! Oh, I got this. Okay. So, pink, fan... Wait, they're both pink. They're both pink! Tallest to smallest, though. Smallest. You could go... Wait. says shortest. And height. Okay, let's see. Green tap. This is the fourth one is the slanted tip for sure. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can we try this?
That's done it.
How? How?
Neat.
I didn't even put them in any order. I was just like, let's try it. But it worked out. I can't believe that.
What was in the box?
I spent more time trying to piece the puzzle together, the pages, than actually moving the brushes around.
Just a photograph. Well, most of a photograph.
Does it match up with the one we have? It does! Ripped photo. A photograph of 2 young girls, one with red hair, the other with green hair. The photo has a large piece missing. It seems to have been ripped off.
There's something about that pink cassette tape. Something suspicious.
She used to be a girly girl.
Let's ask Poppy about it.
But now she looks like Fitz.
I need to confirm something with you, Poppy.
Confirm away.
What can you tell us about this cassette tape? Is it yours?
It belongs to Freya. She liked to have music playing while she was painting, you know.
But you
And
gave
do you
it
know
to
what
her.
kind of music is on this tape?
No idea. Acid jazz?
It's piano music. Sounds an awful lot like your music, to be honest.
Sure it doesn't belong to you?
Why are we even talking about this? Cassette tapes have been redundant for a good few years now.
The tape was found at the crime scene. It was in the gramophone.
That belonged to you.
It's not mine. I'd never own anything like that.
Why not?
Not my color.
I beg to differ. You used to like these colors.
You used to like these colors.
Ridiculous.
We need a clue to compare with the cassette tape. Something that proves Poppy used to like these colors.
Oh, and it was updated. Ripped photo updated. The rest of the photo shows Fifi and Freya. It was hidden in Freya's room.
Let's take a closer look at this.
The pink cassette tapes. Pink cassette tape found at the crime scene. Matches the pink cassette player that was found in Poppy's room, used by Fifi in this old photo. Found in Freya's room, used by Poppy in this old photo.
The pink cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player
Definitely.
used by Poppy in this old photo.
That is not me.
Yeah, it is. I'll prove it. You look a little different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty recognizable. It's clearly a photo of you with your 2 best friends. Why'd you tear it up and then hide it?
I think the answer is pretty straightforward.
The photo proves Poppy's a murderer? No. Poppy hates Fifi and Freya now? Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore. She doesn't want to look like that. It can't be. Because she kept the photo. What? No, it's not that she hates him. I don't want to believe that.
Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore.
That's it.
No!
Makes this whole thing seem kind of irrelevant.
Maybe. It depends on the reason.
The reason she doesn't want to look like that anymore?
The passage of time is a powerful thing.
Oh wait, it was right.
Hold on. This means that paint cassette tape does belong to you, Poppy.
It used to. I recorded some piano music onto it and gave it to Freya as a gift.
I was about to have
Years
a
ago.
fit.
Freya could have easily been listening to this tape at the exact moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection between the tape, the gramophone, and the murder.
There's one other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the middle?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
This is a photo of Fifi and Freya, right?
Yeah,
How come you're not in it? You're friends with them too, aren't you?
I'm not really one for photographs.
Fifi looks like she really admires Freya.
Fifi's loyalty to Freya is unshakable.
There's something about that diary we found in Fifi's.
We can finally unlock it.
Something suspicious.
Fifi, tell
Let's
us
ask her
all
about
about
it.
it. Let's get her.
Is this your diary, Fifi? We found it in your bedroom.
Of course it is mine. Ridiculous question.
Why is it locked up like that?
You seriously require an explanation.
Yes.
Very well. A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary, is favored in particular by girls between the ages of 10 and...
So, there are secrets written in here?
This particular diary is unused.
It
Liar.
doesn't look unused.
It's Fifi's diary and she has written in it.
It's Fifi's diary, and she has written in it.
I'm not sure about that.
Me neither.
Oh?
This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
Is it green and so it's Freya's diary?
It's somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It is kept in my bedroom. It is mine.
We need a clue to compare with the diary. Something to prove who the original owner was.
I was just trying to connect the green with the green. I don't know what the clue is here. Secret diary. Okay. Is there like a star or... Oh! Wait! It's in the picture! Right there! We have the evidence.
Let's take a closer look at this.
This blue book. And the diary. Okay, this blue book is somewhat similar to, is the same thing as the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya.
This blue book is the same thing as the secret diary.
We're making
which
so much
proves
progress.
It belonged to Freya.
You were hiding Freya's diary in your room, and you kept it locked, too.
Why would I do either of these things?
Why would Fifi be hiding Freya's diary? It's always suspicious of... Destroyed. Thought there wasn't. Didn't want anyone to see. Didn't know about. Fifi didn't want anyone to see. Personal secrets? Within Freya's diary.
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary.
Aww.
Is this true, Fifi?
I know Freya was your friend, but
That's
if
the
you're
best
trying
friend
to
there.
hide something,
You did not know Freya, so this might be difficult to understand. She did her own thing, in her own way. By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
Might be easier if you just let us read the diary, Fifi.
Very well. I will open it. However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever known.
Alright, Fifi unlocked the diary.
Finally!
Finally. What's in there?
Secret diary. It's back in the flesh this time. Was it me? Did I let it out? Maybe I should rip up that painting. Soul Bearer Works. Impressive little thing. I have 2 now. Need 2 more. Found my way into the middle. Surprisingly simple compared to the harp. I saw them. All 5. Eyes blacked out. Despite everything, I still have a promise to keep. I'll do my best. She could do with a little company. It's back in the flesh this time? Maybe I should rip up the painting. I wonder if she's talking about that red one, the giant one that she made in her room. Soul Bearer Works. Impressive little thing. I have 2 now. Need 2 more. Soul Bearer? Found my way into the middle. Surprisingly simple compared to the harp. She's talking about the boggy statues, right? Or I don't know. I saw them all 5. Eyes blacked out. What is she talking about?
Freya was definitely up to something.
Something to do with the statue in the garden, I think.
Maybe we should go back and check. And we could have missed something.
Let's go.
This wasn't here before.
What is it?
It's a little wooden toy. Looks kind of like a crab.
Who left it here?
There's a note stuck to the back.
What does it say? Grimoire?
It's moving. This is my new friend. He likes music. Simple melodies will move his soul. Best of luck to you two, Freya. Wait, best of luck to you two, Freya. A wooden toy of some kind, a layer of darkness ink. Oh, well, a layer of dark ink lays beneath a sheet of glass. Okay. Well, what am I doing here?
What do you think? Is it really from her?
Do we have Poppy play it for us?
How can it be?
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
Good idea. Hold on.
Well?
It's a perfect match.
Huh?
Well, it's confirmed. We have a ghost helping us.
Let's keep this to ourselves for now.
What about the little wooden toy thingy?
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
Tangle Tower unfinished business. Well, I think we're officially in chapter 2 now. So, we have a couple of things that we can do. We can go back to Poppy, have her play the sheet music, and the crab will probably give us something because he likes simple melodies. We also can go back to the dock to kind of regroup, I think. I don't know if that's to solve the entire mystery or not. I don't think we have everything for it yet, because we're still missing this part right here. We still gotta go under there. Still gotta figure out the mystery with... Where's the map? Where's the map? Still gotta figure out the mystery of how she died, what that real thing is, and who the hell Soul Bearer is. Also, is there significance between the fish in the pond and the broken thing? I think it's confirmed now that Freya was most likely the culprit who broke this. Because she must have. She said she made her way to the middle. Easier than the harp, which is where we're currently at. So there's a secret room here. There's a secret room here for sure. But I think we might call it here for the night. Soul Bearer is the crab thing? Oh. Oh, is that its name? Okay. Soul Bearer, huh? Wait, where'd it go? Oh. Okay, so... Okay. Simple melodies will move his soul. So I wonder how much longer the game is. Either way, we'll definitely have enough for tomorrow. And I think, yeah, I think we're gonna call it. About an hour or so more. Okay, so tomorrow it's either gonna be a really short stream or maybe I'll have other games to play. I don't know. Maybe half an hour? Oh, I'm sure I could, I'm sure I could extend that. Yeah. So, for sure, we're gonna finish Tangle Tower tomorrow. We're gonna play the Mermaid's Tongue demo. And then... we could play a couple other demos after that, depending on how I feel afterwards. But all things considered, it's definitely going to be a short day tomorrow. So we have Mermaid's Tongue demo. I do have another detective demo called Duck Detective, which I know for sure is a 30-minute demo. We could also play something I was considering. We could also play the studio's other game that's about to come out, Crow's Country. But here's the thing, right, is I am an absolute coward when it comes to survival horror. I know that they have an exploration mode. I know they have an exploration mode that removes all of the enemies, or well, it makes it so they ignore you, right? So that's partly why I was considering it, but I don't know if that's available in the demo. It might be. We could see. It is. Okay. Yeah, maybe we could check it out tomorrow then. I'm really enjoying the games by this studio. What are they called? SFB? Yeah, SFB games. Yeah, they make some really good games. Not gonna lie, like you can really tell. You can really see the progression. They come narratively and also through the gameplay. But Crow's Country, completely left field. Survival horror? But yeah, that's gonna be the end of today. Thank you all for tuning in. Before I go, I do have a couple of announcements. So in terms of content update, we did just recently have a video come out on the 1st. That was Phoenix Wright episode 5. That covers the Steel Samurai case part 2. That means the next video coming out on May 1st is going to be the Steel Samurai finale. So if you haven't been keeping up with our live playthrough, make sure to check it out over on my YouTube. You can find it under CharMaeMengMing, same name, or just scroll down to my About page. I have all of my links down there. And then tomorrow is going to be Show and Tell, which is a play on show and tell. And once again, I'm just reminding y'all about that because I know I have a bunch of new followers, bunch of new viewers. It's just a day where I take the time to recount everything that I've done for the past day, past week, past month, whatever, and hold myself accountable to the New Year's resolutions that I set for myself, including some stream goals, including some IRL quality of life goals. A lot of what I talk about is like the books I've been reading. I set a goal to read at least 10 books over the year, but I have not read anything the past 2 weeks, I'm not gonna lie. I have been busy with this PNG tuber and she's occupying my brain 100% at the moment. But I'll let you guys know if I come up with anything tomorrow. I'll definitely be talking about stream goals for sure, I know. But yeah, feel free to come in at the beginning of the stream and let me know anything you guys have been up to, any small victories. It could be catching up on your sleep schedule, for example. It doesn't have to be like a huge goal. But yeah, that's gonna be tomorrow and the end of our stream week. So thank you guys so much again for tuning in today. I'll see y'all tomorrow to finish out Tangle Tower and get some demos in, I guess. But of course, if I don't see you tomorrow, I'll see you whenever. So thank you all very much again. Have a great rest of your day, night, what have you. Bye-bye.